This House is in session. I wish to welcome Dontier Woodle, a former student at Foundation School, and his mother, Shanice Baker. I hope both of you all enjoy. I hope both of you all enjoy today and see what goes on in the People's Parliament. I welcome you once more. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, November 15, 2022 to be confirmed. Honourable Leader Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
Questions that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed.
Announcements by Your Honour, the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency, the President. Petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Leader Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. Government business, the order of the day.
Order number 6, in the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to rescind the resolution passed by the Honourable the House of Assembly on the 23rd day of June 2015 and the Honourable the Senate on the 8th day of July 2015, assented to by Her Excellency, the then Governor General, now President, on the 28th day of July 2015, and published in the Official Gazette as Resolution number 20 of 2015 on the 3rd day of August 2015, approving the lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South of a parcel of land, then the property of the Crown, now property of the state, situate at Garfield Sober Sports Complex, Upton in Parish of Christchurch in this island, for the construction and development of a recreational facility for children with disabilities.
Honourable Member St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to introduce this resolution to rescind the lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South. But, Mr. Speaker, we wish to do a cognate debate, not only to rescind the lease to the Rotary South, but also to grant the lease to the Rotary Inclusive Player Trust. And reason being, Mr. Speaker, we move to rescind the decision to grant the lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My error. I beg for permission. I'm seeking your permission to do a cognate debate. There are linked, there are two of the same resolutions, one to rescind and then one to grant the lease to the 6 and 7 in a cognate debate.
Order 6 and 7.
Yes. My apologies, Mr. Speaker, for not requesting permission in this Lord Chamber to do this resolution as 6 and 7 as a cognate debate. And 6 pertains to...
Continue to speak. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And 6 pertains to
6 pertains to the rescinding the lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and 7 pertains to the lease of the said property to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. And I will begin with the explanation.
The question is that Order 6 and 7 be debated as a cognate debate in that they are inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Continue, honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my haste to explain, I would never want to breach any of the standing orders in this Lord Chamber. And I thank you for the...
Honourable member will not allow you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the guidance, and indeed, thank you for the patience as well. But, Mr. Speaker, in the excitement to get this debate going, because this is indeed a very important debate, and the whole aspect of rescinding the decision to grant the lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South of some 25,000 square feet of land at the Garfield Sobers Sporting Complex, and then to ask that we then grant the lease of the said land, 25,000 square feet of land, to Rotary Inclusive Play for the establishment of recreational facilities for children with disabilities. And perhaps that's the haste and why I want to get the debate going, because back in 2010, the Rotary Club of Barbados South made a request to lease the land of 25,000 square foot of state land at the Garfield Sobers Sporting Complex, Wildy, on a long-term basis. But the club's goal was to create a facility that will include a recreational center, specialized swimming area, and a playground outfitted with specialized equipment that would be suitable for children with disabilities. And the Rotary Club of Barbados South was of the view at the time that as we as a country, as we seek to build out a society that is embracing of persons with all abilities or different abilities, it is important that we begin to cultivate at the time the appreciation for children from an early age to ensure that they grow up to be adults who celebrate not only diversity, but welcome people of all backgrounds and abilities in their lives. But, Mr. Speaker, the identified goal was in creating this facility to have children of all abilities play and learn together. Imagine, explore as one in an environment where they share common experiences, as opposed to in an environment where they focus on different abilities and they recognize they themselves are not disabled and some are disabled, but that they share the commonalities and the common experiences and make a lasting impression of the environment and of the need to embrace each other as young children, so that the Barbados that we see today and that we as parliamentarians seek to foster an environment where every single person in our society is recognized adding value to this society, whether you're differently able or you're able. So the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and in introducing the resolution, was approved by the House of Assembly back in 2015 in June, and then it was approved in the Senate in July 8th, 2015, and by the Governor General on July 28th, and it was published in the Official Gazette on August 3rd of 2015. But Mr. Speaker, during the preparation of the formal lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and hence that's why we have to rescind the decision, it was recognized that there was no registration for the Rotary Club of Barbados South. When the Ministry of Lands and Rural Development at the time went to prepare the lease, they found out that there was no organization registered named the Rotary Club of Barbados South. But there was an entity named the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. And hence, if we had left what transpired in 2015, we would have been misleading not only the Lord Chamber, but the public of Barbados. Hence, the request to do it as a cognate debate. It's the same land, it's the same place. It's just the Rotary Club of Barbados South is not a registered organization, and the Rotary Inclusive Play is a registered organization. And that was the error. But this stayed for some years, and we, as a government, when we came to office in 2018, we approved what was done by the Cabinet of Barbados in 2017 under the last administration to rescind the decision and to lease the land to the Rotary Inclusive Play. So we re-ratified what was done in 2017 when we came to office in 2018. There was a little lapse in time because the Rotary Club of Barbados South in May 2022 confirmed of their interest still in leasing the land for the Inclusive Play project, and we agreed to. But, Mr. Speaker, let me move on to the work of the Rotary Club. And, you know, being a Rotarian, and I pride myself of being a Rotarian, but this was the vision of one man by the name of Paul Harris that started back in 1906, February, where he saw the need to facilitate the exchange of ideas and interests and forging friendship among professionals with diverse backgrounds. And 6 years after the Rotary International, or the Rotary Club, was formed in Chicago in April of the year 1912. The vision basically at that time was to forge interest and friendship among professionals of diverse backgrounds where they can exchange, I guess, some of the challenges and some of the good practices and focus on making the world a better place. But over time, this vision evolved into humanitarian service, and with its members having a long-time track record of addressing challenges in communities and around the world, humanitarian service became the order of the day of the Rotary Club, the Rotary International. And, you know, when I speak about Rotary, there is something called the 4-way test in Rotary. When you join Rotary, you have to learn the 4-way test. And when I came to public life, and I remember the 4-way test, you know, there is tremendous synergy and also the work of what we do as parliamentarians and politicians and what Rotary International and Rotarians engage in. And I will repeat the 4-way test in this Lord Chamber. The first tenet of the 4-way test: is it the truth? That's the first tenet. Is it the truth? Then it goes on, is it fair to all concerned? The third tenet, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And the fourth one, will it be beneficial to all concerned? And if you truly internalize the tenets of the four-way test, you'll see we as parliamentarians, we as a government, we try to live by these tenets. In terms of trying to be fair to all concerned, when we engage in legislative rollout, the legislative agenda of this party, of this government, we try to be fair to all concerned because we factor in stakeholder involvement, stakeholders' input, stakeholders' recommendation. And we try to build goodwill among our citizens, not only our citizens, but across the region. And we engage in policy initiatives that will benefit all parties concerned. So we, in essence, as parliamentarians and politicians and a cabinet, we try to live by the four-way test. And indeed, I am one of the persons when I came to public life. This was one of my barometers, the four-way test, as to how I engage with people. And the motto of the Rotary International is service above self. We put service above self. If you ask each and every single one of the parliamentarians in this lower chamber and also members in the Senate, they will tell you service above self. And similar, there's one of our colleagues, the member for St. Michael South, whose motto is people over politics. And basically that is what he is in essence saying in his motto. And most of us, when we coin phrases to define our charter as members of parliament and persons who represent people in the various constituencies across Barbados, that is what we are saying to the people, that we put service among ourselves. Many of us sacrificed careers, some had lucrative careers, and came to public life. And we ask ourselves, you know, persons, the most common question someone will ask you if you travel across the length and breadth of this country, why did you enter politics? Why did you come to public life? And I'm certain when we answer, and I don't be there with each and every one of you, but most of us answer and said, we are putting service above self. Because if we truly were putting self above service, I saw there are other things that we can do to generate income that is way beyond what we are paid. So it is not about money for us, but it's about service to the people of this country. And that motto, service above self, the Rotary motto, is one that I hold dear. Still a Rotarian, even though my Thursdays are taken up doing other things and what we call more important things, executing the work of Rotary actually. But as a member of cabinet, I execute that work. And I want to say to those who are listening, service clubs in this country, whether Rotary, the Lions, Kiwanis, they play a fundamental role in building out Barbados. And there are 7 pillars that I wish to mention of Rotary. Rotary Club execute work to protect the environment. Actually, from the 1980s, we know prior to the 1980s, Rotary focus was on eradicating polio across the world. And one of the reasons why I joined Rotary, because I like the work and I like the vision of Rotary. I grew up in a household with a cousin the late Evadne Sutherland, my first cousin, my aunt's daughter. We grew up in the same household in Ellerton, St. George. And she was a victim of polio, suffered from polio. That was her disability. She migrated to Canada in the late 70s to be with her mother, my aunt, who's still there. She's deceased now. And some of the areas that I will mention with respect to persons living with disability. She died in her early 50s, and I frequented Canada because we grew up together, and I would go on vacations sponsored by my dear aunts, some who are no longer with us, but some who are still there. And one of my aunts, she was a nurse. She's retired now. She's still alive. And she would say that Evadne's lifespan is a shorter lifespan than the average citizen, person without disabilities. Because she had polio and she was very inactive, but she would try to walk with her crutches. It did not stop her learning ability, because she did the common entrance. She sat the common entrance back in the 60s. No, back in the 70s, sorry. No, yeah, early 70s, because she left right after she passed for St. Michael's School. She gained entry into secondary school at St. Michael's. So she had no learning disability. And I take time to mention this because you have to know certain things about persons with disability to really appreciate what we're doing. Not that you experience it, but you have to understand it. And I'm taking time to explain to people who are not within these hollow chambers to understand, using myself and as an example to get into the whole debate about persons with disability and the role of this recreational facility for persons with disability. And my aunt would often say to us, in her absence, her lifespan will be a shorter lifespan. Not saying that we all wouldn't pass away from some illness, but the average lifespan of an inactive person who can't engage in recreational activities, sporting-wise, is often challenging. But having said that, she had great intellect. She was trained in the area of information technology. She rose to become a manager in her firm. And she drove a car. All of the levers were in the handle. There was a connection between the braking system, which are usually manufactured to be utilized by the foot pedal, brake, and accelerator. They were all connected to the steering wheel, where she can use her hand to slow the car down, speed the car up. And I'm taking time to explain that and using my experience in the Sutherland household with someone with disability. First time you are hearing me explain this, and you don't often, speak about what you went through or going through, because you think persons may want to have sympathy, and you don't want persons to be having sympathy as leaders to you, but for you. But to explain this is to let you know that persons with disability can indeed function in this world. She picked me up from the airport many times in Canada with her car, and she drove briskly, swiftly. And indeed, we joked about it, and she often boasts that she can drive better than me. And of course, driving in those cities, the big cities, is often sometimes more challenging than navigating our smaller roads. And indeed, I am proud to say that she lived until age 55 or 56, but she enjoyed a good life. She went to work daily. She earned a living. She bought a home, she bought a car, and she was able to enjoy a professional career in information technology, just like most of us in these chambers here. So that's my living example that I wanted to share with you as I get into the whole work of the Rotary, the 7 pillars, and I mentioned protecting the environment, and I mentioned Rotary back in the 1930s and the 1940s. The thrust was on eradicating polio and hunger across the world. But they had other tenets. Growing local economies, that's pillar number 2. Pillar number 3, saving mothers and children. Pillar number 4, providing clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. Pillar number 5, they fought diseases. They continue to fight it. Pillar number 6, they promote peace. And pillar number 7, they support and the education. So the majority of the work done by the Rotary Club across the world are similar to what we do as a government and a not-for-profit organization. I take my hat off to the Rotary Club of Barbados, the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and the Rotary Club West. Those are the 3 organizations in Barbados. The Rotary Club of Bridgetown, that was formed, I think, back in the 1960s or the 1970s, and then in the 80s, the other 2 Rotary clubs were formed. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Rotary International is the world's first service club with more than 1.2 million members in across 330 clubs worldwide. The Rotary has spent internationally over $80 million on eradicating polio across the world. And I mentioned the mottos of Rotary International. One of the mottos, service above self, but there is another motto: they profit most who serve best. And that conveyed the philosophy of the unselfish voluntarism of which the organization is all about. I'm taking time to mention this to you because we as a government cannot build a just and equitable society on our own. We as a government cannot build a society where persons of different abilities are indeed empowered. We cannot do it on our own. So the work of the Rotary across the world, and in Barbados, I heard some of my colleagues reciting some of the work Rotary did in this island for years in education, in promoting peace, in dealing with the vulnerable, similar to this one, addressing the plight of persons with varying disabilities, autism, ADHD, dealing with work where mental challenges present tremendous obstacles, dealing with work where persons have been stigmatized and polarized and placed in certain boxes. We mentioned the whole issue of mental health that include attention deficit, anxiety, and depression. And when you look around today, only recently we heard our Prime Minister speaking about the increasing cases of persons with mental health issues. When I was in that other ministry that the member for St. John now has full responsibility for, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. One of the speeches that I made when I first went to that ministry, and I recall that mental health challenges will become, mental health issues will become one of the major challenges that we will face among working class people. And I said that coming out of COVID, or during COVID. And we recognize that these anxiety deficits, attention deficits and anxiety and depression are even more prominent among children and youth with disabilities, especially those that are brain-based or neurodevelopmental, as the doctors would articulate it in the way that is intended to. Those sicknesses such as what they call disabilities, such as autism and ADHD. And if we understand these challenges, then we understand the role that this resolution is seeking to put before the chamber and the people of this country, that from an early age, inclusivity, to include persons with these disabilities, to play with and among persons who don't have disabilities. Because the recreational facility or the purpose-built facility will not only serve persons with disabilities, but it will allow those able-bodied persons, the young children, young teens, to mix and mingle with those persons who are differently able. And it gives them a sense of understanding from an early age that we should not discriminate, stigmatize, or polarize persons who are differently able in whatever form it is. Mr. Speaker, the current epidemic of obesity associated with inactivity is furthermore a local health concern for all children. And you will recognize, Mr. Speaker, there is an element of emotion as I speak, because, and I don't want to keep referencing it, but my cousin was very inactive, polio, and what she died from was a result of inactivity, health concerns as a result of inactivity. And our aunt recognized it from an early age, and that's why those words, her lifespan will be shorter than ours, were used in her absence at family gatherings, because she was always the life of the party. And she suffered from a case of obesity that impacted her health in a major way. So, Mr. Speaker, this debate is real as I seek to go through some of the challenges, and I will try to bring real-life examples, and I know members within this chamber who will speak after me and who are probably more trained in the area and who are probably more educated in the area than I am, would even bring more, I call it respectability, and I would say educational insight to this debate when I'm finished. Is increasingly, for children with diabetes, to be sedentary, placing them at higher risk of obesity and associated health conditions. But it has been recognized, Mr. Speaker, and members in this chamber, that sporting and physical activities are just as important for persons with disabilities, and I would say even more important with persons with disabilities as they are to the average person. And several work by NGOs would show that there is a connection between physical exercise and brain health. Not only on the basis of fitness, but also for the health of developing the brain of children with disabilities. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak, you see elements of the reasoning why this project is so critical to us in this country and persons with disabilities. It is a documented fact, Mr. Speaker, that physical activity can contribute to better cognitive performance, better memory, the ability to enhance problem solving and decision making. Active children have better executive functioning and ability to perform tasks. As simple as playing a game or engaging in a workout or activity can improve the capacity to focus in children with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I say that and I use those phrases and those words to bring out the importance of this project being executed by the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust to persons living with disabilities. We also must understand, and I know the work is being done by the member for St. James North, and I will speak briefly to that, and also the member for St. Michael South, and work that was done by the member for the city, and also the member for St. Thomas who started the work. Multiple barriers stand in the way of children and youth with disabilities, and we are seeking as a government to work through those barriers. There was a call, Mr. Speaker, by the special needs parents organization some years ago, more than 2 decades ago, for a purpose-built recreational facility for persons with disability. And as a result of that call, it's not good to call names in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, but permit me this one time to mention the president of the Rotary Club of Barbados South, who conceptualized this project, Ms. Katrina Sam, in 2011. She conceptualized the Inclusive Play Project. Was an ambitious project to create an inclusive play facility where I said earlier, where children with all abilities play, they learn, they explore, they imagine together in an environment where the common experiences make a more lasting impression than their different abilities. And that was the whole essence of this project. And it was aimed at helping the wider community integrate children with disabilities into Barbadian society. And I said earlier, we know some of the challenges that parents face with their children who have disabilities: insecurity, self-esteem. These are some of the challenges that parents face with children who have disabilities. And it is important for them to have the social interaction skills, whereby a parent can leave their children at an inclusive play facility and leave their children with disabilities at an inclusive play facility and go and execute their chores. We need more inclusive play facilities across Barbados. And I will list some of the elements of this project. When finished, we see the establishment of a fully accessible recreational facility, and it is touted to be the first of its kind in this country, and some said in this hemisphere. Inclusive play will provide not only an outdoor sporting facility, but also purpose-built sensory and indoor recreational rooms. It will provide a place where parents of children with disabilities can leave their child, and I mentioned that earlier, affording them the opportunity to go to work, go and do their chores. The facility will also be designed with an indoor recreational facility that will facilitate indoor sports, facilitate cultural activities and educational activities for the disabled community. Additionally, it will feature special rooms, special use rooms such as a sensory room with light and sound stimulation and a soft padded room. And when we go through the project, as I just did, we will see that this is really an inclusive project. A food preparation area, meeting rooms, for a sales station will be provided along with other multipurpose rooms. And last but by no means least, the playground will be fully wheelchair accessible, incorporating equipment that is accessible to both disabled and able-bodied persons. This is a wonderful project. The intention is to allow children with disabilities to be able to reach every piece of equipment on the ground. Now, we as a government, we started work. I mean, we had a green paper on disability and a white paper on disability. This government in 2000 and 2001. So this administration, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, I'm not talking about DLP or BLP or politics, but I'm just reinforcing the work that this administration did and continues to do and execute on behalf of persons with disability. Other administrations did work, but we made sure that a green paper and a white paper was prepared on persons with disability. That the member now for St. James North, he is referencing. And of course, the member for St. Thomas, she is nodded because she used that green paper and white paper to effect some of the positive changes to incorporate persons with disability in this wonderful place we call our home. But Mr. Speaker, I move now to the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. This was signed in Barbados back in 2007 and ratified in February 2013. Again, work done by this administration. The purpose of the convention is to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and to promote and respect and have respect for their inherent dignity. That's the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. And there are two articles that I reference in my notes, Article 7 and Article 30. Article 7 speaks to the need of all necessary measures to be taken to ensure the full enjoyment by children with disabilities of all and fundamental freedom on an equal basis with other children. They're no different to the other children based on the Article 7 in the Convention articulated on the rights of persons with disability. And Article 30, furthermore, speaks on the parties of the Convention to take appropriate measures to encourage and promote the participation to the fullest extent possible of persons with disability in mainstream sporting activities at all levels, as well as to ensure that the children with disabilities have equal access with other children to participate in play, recreation, leisure, and sporting activities, including those activities in the school system. So Article 30 is relevant to what we are doing here today, the Rotary Inclusive Play Project. But I want to mention a few barriers to inclusion by disability, and these were barriers highlighted by stakeholders when I reached out to them, and they asked me to mention some of these barriers on the floor of Parliament during my presentation. But I want to say, even though I will reference these barriers, I am not at all saying that this government has not, and this government continues to address some of these barriers that I will highlight. The member for St. Thomas, as I mentioned these barriers, I recall the member for St. Thomas speaking about auditory messaging and dealing with persons hearing impaired. I recall her coming to cabinet and asking us and saying to us that we need to do more for them. And I recall the member for St. James North. He's a fan of one of my constituents who has a disability, who's visually impaired. She was called to the bar within the last 2 years. Yes, the legal bar. Sorry, member. And he spoke passionately about the use of technical language, long sentences, and words with many syllables. And he cited those as significant barriers to understanding for people with cognitive impairment. You recall that member for St. James North? And I'm saying these are some of the barriers when I spoke to key stakeholders, mentioned written messages that prevent people with vision impairments from receiving messages, such as the use of small print or no large print versions of materials, as well as not making the material available in Braille. These were some of the challenges with persons with disability. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, that said attorney at law, and they wouldn't get into the facts of the matter. But she said to me that she could not complete a task simply because the material available was not in Braille. So we were denying someone with great intellect at the point in time, and I should not mention where because I think persons are very sensitive to these matters, and I'm on the floor of Parliament. And I have to respect these hallowed chambers. But those were some of the challenges cited when I spoke to stakeholders. Auditory messaging, critical. The use of technical language, long sentences and words with many syllables were barriers cited. And I go to one that is, while we are fighting to remove some of these barriers, the steps and curves that block a person with mobility impairment from entering a building or using a sidewalk. I heard members in this chamber echo those words in cabinet, in parliamentary settings, in focus group settings, where we have to remove some of these barriers. And I know that the work being done by the member for St. Michael South and the member for St. James North, supported by the member for St. Thomas, we are seeking to remove some of these barriers. And I know last week at the Loyal Erskine Sandyford Center, the member for St. Michael South dealt with some of these issues. I heard him. He didn't see me, but I heard him. He had stakeholders in there from across the length and breadth. The member for St. James North was there, and the member for St. Thomas, she was there also. And I heard some of these sentiments being echoed. And I go to one that I know we are working on assiduously. Denying reasonable accommodations to qualified individuals with disabilities. I hope I'm not stealing the members' thunder, the experts who will speak after me, but these are some of the key barriers that were mentioned to me when I did my research. So denying the reasonable accommodation to qualified individuals with disabilities so they can perform essential functions in their jobs for which they have applied for or have been hired to perform. Denying job opportunities to persons living with disability is discrimination. And that's not what this government is about. So we are focusing on removing some of these barriers, if not all of them. Some handicapped persons in this country may be denied access to jobs, and persons may speak to the fact that these jobs can only be done by competent personnel. But we say to you as a government, persons with disabilities are also competent personnel. And we cannot discriminate at all. We cannot put them in a box and say to them, these are the only functions you can execute. We cannot create a society where we have limited opportunities for persons with disability. We cannot do it. But I go further because the Canadian government funded the Improved Access to Justice in the Caribbean, what we call Impact Justice. The Impact Justice Project recently published a report on the access to justice for persons with disabilities in CARICOM countries. I see the member for St. James North. I am not going to speak too much on the because I know you have a lot to say, but it would be remiss of me to lead this debate and don't mention some of the work. The Impact Justice work started in that Ministry of Commerce. And I know very well when that project came to fruition. And the report published by Impact Justice provides an overview of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, 2006, and its accompanying protocols, as implemented by 11 CARICOM countries, of which we are one. And the report draws on the experiences of persons with disability in terms of how they access justice in comparisons with able-bodied persons. So a lot of work is being done in this country. And you know, one of the things that they looked at was how persons with disability can access the courtrooms. And I want to compliment this government because on Friday night, the Deputy Prime Minister and the members, some other members, the member for Christchurch East, we were fortunate to witness the opening of Henry Ford and David Simmons Judicial Complex, it is. And when we toured that complex, I say without a shadow of a doubt that the work done by the Attorney General and the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, the Attorney General's office who had overall oversight for the project. The member for Christchurch West started that project. The rejuvenation project was to refurbish the old Supreme Court building. But this report from Impact Justice, which look at persons with disabilities, we were able to tour that facility. And I say to you, as a government, to the Prime Minister, to those members who were part of that project, I thank you on behalf of the people with disabilities. Because persons with disabilities can now enter the courtrooms to give testimony. They're not, I'm not speaking about being criminals. They can work. They can work. because it is a disabled-friendly, refurbished building. And I congratulate this. It is times like this, member for St. James North. This is probably one of the few times you heard me speaking on disability. But I have another example to share with you, members in this chamber. My family in the constituency of Christchurch, Essential, the here was from Mount Rhodes. If you go to the house today, you'll see a 56-year-old man living there with a disability. My first cousin, my uncle's son. So I've had two cousins who I've interacted with for most of my life living with disability. And one of the disappointments that I have, that young man did not enjoy a life like my cousin Ivadni, who migrated to Canada. He did not enjoy that light of the life because he was housed up. He had limited social skills to the point that when he was brought out into the environment, and I can speak to myself, so I'm not ashamed to say these things. He was literally a shut-in, and when you brought him out, he would react in a violent way because he was not accustomed to the environment and interacting with persons who were not within his domain at home. And instead of the family, I'm not criticizing his late father and his late grandmother whom he lived with. I don't think that they knew how to deal with it. I, at the time, was young with him. He was older than I was at the time. Still is older because he's still alive. But had I had the knowledge of how to treat the persons with disability, my cousin, who's now 56 years, would have had a different life. And you probably would have seen him in this chamber as I speak to you this morning on the Rotary Inclusive Play Project. So I say to you, I use that as an example to say, we have to have more educational opportunities within our communities to teach families how to treat the persons with disability. My poor grandmother and his poor father had not a clue. And I was seeing when I visited from Christchurch, from St. George to Christchurch, to spend time with my late grandmother, Pearl Harewood, who was a janitor at the Christchurch Boys' School, whom a member in the last administration, and I often say this, you hear me say this, when I sat where the member for St. Lucy is sitting, and the member for St. George North, and the member for St. Michael West, the member for St. Michael Southeast, and I sat there. And we recall the former education minister. I got up on a point of order on a matter, and he said to me, don't mind you, your mother used to clean up after me. Your grandmother used to clean up after me. He can put me in court because he said that in this chamber.
Can't put you in court for anything you say here.
I said that.
Can't put you in court.
He said that in this chamber, seeking to insult me, but I was proud of my upbringing because that janitor at Christchurch Boys' School, today, when I travel to Christchurch, and the member for Christchurch Essential, you are lucky because I had my eyes on Christchurch Essential. You are lucky. The member for Christchurch, Essential. I had my eyes on Essential. Because at the end of the day, when I traverse the road of Mount Rhodes, coming from King Supermarket, and I go into Christchurch Essential, and I go to Lodge Road, I get breadfruit, I get yams, and I get several things because person said to me, your grandmother looked after me at school. She was a janitor. I repeat this because
Shame on John.
we have to be careful
Shameful.
what we say and what we do and how we seek to insult persons. That's not her. I said this morning,
I see a picture.
I said this morning,
Shame.
I can get it. I said this morning, just before I came here, we held a moment's silence and I said a few words on the passing of the financial controller, Ms. Brooms, within the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. And I said in my opening sentence, I said there's more to life than work. We have to learn how to respect people. We have to learn how to treat people, because at the end of the day, we don't know tomorrow. The Lord forbid, something may happen with one of us and we end up with a disability. So when I speak on this topic, you know me, I am very emotional. You can't see it, but I am. I internalize things. And I say to you, the people of this country, this government will do everything in its powers to ensure that persons with disabilities have equal opportunities. We will do everything in our powers to make sure that persons with disabilities are employed just like any one of us. And I dare to say that I have a bias towards persons with disabilities. And I make no apologies in saying that because I have lived it. It is a positive bias, of course. I favor them. I treat them with dignity. I treat them with pride. Not only because the Sutherland and the Harewood family had two persons, respectively, with disability, but because I recognize from an early age, my cousin did homework with me. She had polio. The late Evadne Sutherland, who migrated that I spoke about, she did homework with me. Brighter than, of course. So, as I speak to the report on Impact Justice, the report from Impact Justice on persons with disabilities, they highlighted quite a few things. The provision of access to buildings in which persons with disabilities do business, and they mentioned the courthouses. The need for amenities such as disabled-friendly bathrooms, and I list a few here. Improve arrangements for transportation. I want to congratulate this government again as I mentioned transportation. The electric buses that we brought into this country, I thank the member, Christchurch West, and also member St. Michael West Central it is. Yes, member for St. Michael West Central. I want to thank you and the member for Christchurch West and the Prime Minister for recognizing we didn't only buy electric buses because of our thrust to become renewable energy compliant by a certain time, but we recognize that when we bought those buses, that we had to cater for persons with disabilities riding on our buses. And I want to thank this government again. And affordable chairs where we can put them in. There's a space for them, wheelchairs. So when we stand here and members get up to speak this morning, we speak from a position of strength with respect to how we have treated as a government successive administrations, not only under Owen Seymour Arthur, but under Mayor Amor Mortley, led by Mayor Amor Mortley, how we treat with persons with disabilities. And I'm proud to be part of this government. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just list two other aspects of the impact justice report, where they cited some of the responses of persons with disabilities. These are persons speaking. They also mentioned the need to accommodate for the hearing and sight impaired. That's how they wrote it. More accommodation for the hearing and sight impaired. So these were some of the comments, the responses coming from persons with disability. And ultimately, the responses given to impact justice show a need for further intervention that would provide an opportunity for persons with disability to enjoy full and effective participation in the society on an equal basis with others. Now, Mr. Speaker, this brings me briefly now to the role we are playing as a government to improve the lives of persons with disability. This government in the year 2022, and in the month of June, on the first day of June, established an advisory committee on persons with disability. And the responsibility of that committee was to guide the establishment of a commission for improving the lives of persons with disability. It was also tasked with preparing a national policy on disabilities and ultimately legislation, comprehensive legislation targeted at addressing the issues faced by persons with disabilities. And I want to say this morning, and I referenced the member for St. James North, who is the chairman of this committee, but I also want to take a step back and thank the member for St. Thomas, who started the work. And I also want to recognize the goodly minister, the minister responsible for people's empowerment and elder affairs, whose responsibility it ultimately is to address these issues faced with persons with disability, the member for St. Michael's South. And these three members in this Lord chamber this morning, when we have long left this chamber, we can talk about all the work we have done with the economy. We can talk about all the houses that we are building. We can talk about all the fancy buildings and hotels we will build. But I think the long-lasting work that will be recognized by the people of this country and worldwide, especially by the Rotary Club, would be the work that we are doing to improve the lives of persons with disability, to remove the stigma and discrimination from this society. And I want to compliment you, three members in this chamber this morning, member for St. Thomas, the member for St. Michael's South, and the member for St. James North. And you heard me this morning, given my own experiences and my life associated with persons with disability, day in, day out. And I remember coming to this chamber, and I want to say this to you. We were like five bosom buddies back in 2013. The member for St. James North, he was one. The member for St. Michael's Southeast. The former member for the city. The member for St. George South, that is myself. And the former member for Christchurch West. The five of us were new to this chamber. But there was a man in this chamber who, in my view, stood tall. And the members, the government members of the day back then in 2013, whenever he rose to speak, they would say they can't understand him. But he stood tall in this chamber for 5 years. And I salute the member for St. James North this morning, because he was like the piranha. He was like the attacker, and he was the one who defended the four of us, the other four of us, because he would get up in this chamber most days and say, touch one, touch all. And he was never afraid to debate with those members who tried to make mock sport at the member telling him that they don't understand. And that member has immense intellect, and I speak to him about him this morning as I stand in front of him, and I know he will speak at some point in time in this chamber. I knew I would get the opportunity to say thank you at some point in time for supporting our cause back in 2013 and bringing us to the government of the day in 2018, because it's debate like those that persons would meet me. His mother would always say, him and I had a special relationship over there, and all five of us. But he was the fierce debater out of all of us. And he did what he had to do on behalf of us. So I thank you, the member for St. James North. Disability is not an impediment to success. It is not. You have been successful in your legal career, and you have been successful in your political career. And I say without a shadow of a doubt, you are one of the best parliamentarians. You represent your constituency in an excellent way. And I got the opportunity on the floor of Parliament. It will be recorded in the Hansard that I said those words, and I'm proud of you, member. But I move to my final aspect of my discourse this morning, the whole aspect of the benefits of sports. So I mentioned earlier the whole stigma and discrimination experienced by persons with disability that is often evoked by negative perceptions of others in society. This can be erased through sports. And why? Because you have the opportunity not to showcase your disability, but you have the opportunity to showcase the other aspects of your existence as a human being on the field of play. So that is when the true strength in sport comes out with persons with disability, whether it's at the Par or the Olympic Games, it's at the disabled games. But persons truly show who they are other than being disabled through sports, through intellectual achievements. And I keep referencing that young lady who's now an attorney at law. We've once had a president who I should mention also in the Senate who did a wonderful job. And now we have another attorney in the Senate who's also someone with a disability. So engaging in sporting activities is considered one of the means through which the negative perception and the attitude of society towards persons with disability can change. And it transcends culture, language, social barriers, while engendering inclusion and what I call adaptation of persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, disabled sports in this country. We have disabled sports currently played in this country: blind cricket, athletics, swimming, football, goalball, road tennis, cycling, golf, and softball, badminton as well. And, Mr. Speaker, we also have, there are 5 disabled schools. There may be more, but I have 5 in my research. The Dirk Smith School, the Learning Center, the Ann Hill School, the Irving Wilson School, and the Challoner Schools. But persons who have graced the walls of those 5 schools have participated in national and regional sporting events. As I stand here today, and I am proud, I'm very proud to say to you, there's a coach at the National Sports Council that was hired during my tenure who went to one of these schools. He also represented Barbados, the West Indies B team. He played national cricket, and he's now a coach. He represented Barbados at the Carifta Games as well as a junior and senior national cricketer. And I feel proud that I can stand here in these chambers and say to you that he is now a member of the coaching staff at the National Sports Council. And he won't mind if I call his name Ryan Chicken Breast Nurse. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. And he is happy to know that he has been chosen as a coach. He has level 3 coaching certification. But I want to go further, because this morning some news came to me that a young man who currently attends the Derek Smith School is in Colombia at the CAC Beach Games, competing in wrestling. I got this last night, but when I woke up this morning, I heard that that young man, Ruben Wilcher, got a bronze medal for Barbados in Colombia in wrestling. And I woke up to that news this morning. And this is testimony to how you give persons the opportunity with disabilities to really showcase their talent. And perhaps Ruben can go on to become an ambassador for this country. I might be speaking things into being. I don't mind. But I would love to see him go on to become an ambassador for this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be much longer, but it would be remiss of me if I spoke this morning and didn't make reference to the Olympic Games and also the Special Olympic Games, and to make a distinction between the two. The Olympic Games are multi-sport disability events for athletes with physical, mental, and sensory disabilities, while the Special Olympics deals with persons with intellectual disabilities. That's the distinction. And the majority of athletes who go to the Paralympics Games, these are considered professional athletes. Many of them go on to become icons. And that's why we cannot underscore the importance of this facility this resolution that we have brought to the House this morning. They become full-time sport professionals. And some of them become coaches, some of them become commentators, some of them become experts in the field of Paralympics, and even dealing with able-bodied sportsmen and women. And it is said for over 100 years, persons with disability competed in the Paralympic Games worldwide. From as early as 1888 in Germany. It started there in Berlin, where the deaf athletes, persons, hearing impaired athletes, I did some research, member for St. James North, were able to start this journey. And it was only after the Second World War that they were recognized and categorized officially all through the world. But Barbados competed in the Paralympic Games firstly in the year 2000. And we have participated in every summer Paralympic Games since then. But only 2 persons have represented Barbados at these games, and I will list the 2. You know, the Lord often put you in certain places to say certain things. Daniel Coltrus, and I heard the member for St. Thomas touting cycling, Paralympic cycling. Daniel Coltrus, who represented Barbados in 2000 and 2004 at the Paralympic Games in cycling. And one of my very close friends, hailing from that district of South District, a man by the name of David Taylor, in 2008, he swam for Barbados at the Paralympics. There were only 2 persons. He had his left leg amputated above the knee in 2001 as a result of cancer. That did not stop Mr. David Taylor. And every time I journey to that lovely district of South District, I go to see David Taylor. He does picture frames. He's an entrepreneur. He does recaning of chairs, repairs to chairs, any type of chair. He's talented with his hands. He did not allow that disability to overcome him. He was able to represent Barbados in 2008 as a swimmer in Paralympics. But Mr. Speaker, I want to end again where he started. I want to commend the Rotary Club of Barbados for the work being done in improving the quality of life and promoting the social inclusion of children with disabilities in this country. And this project that will be implemented by the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust, this will go a long way in building the self-esteem and the confidence of not only persons with disabilities, but our young people who are able-bodied, where they understand the importance of socializing and the social benefits. Building them too as young individuals is tremendous benefit to have both disabled and able-bodied coexisting in one place as young people. And I am calling on all organizations, whether not-for-profit or profit, the private sector. We need, if we are truly to build a society, an inclusive society, where we have the Evadne Sutherlands driving around in this country, where we have persons who are visually impaired working in this country, where we have persons who have an hearing impaired deficit or challenges working in this country, or whatever disability we confront, we give them the opportunity to become equals in this country. I end by calling not only on us as a government to carry on the good work that we are doing, and I will compliment again my 3 colleagues, the member for St. Thomas, the member for St. James North, and the member for St. Michael South, who's leading this charge, the member for St. Michael South. But I'm calling on the private sector as I close. A lot more work, philanthropic and humanitarian work needs to be done in this country to assist persons with disability, the vulnerable community, persons who their lives are challenging as a result of some health impediment, some health challenge, whether they're disabled or otherwise. But I'm calling on the private sector to join with us as a government in building an inclusive society where fair play, where opportunity, where justice and equitable opportunities become the order of the day for every single person, whether with a disabled impediment or not. We as a people must coexist, and we as a people, once these opportunities have been created, Barbados will truly become the best place to live, work, do business, and raise a family. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity, and I do beg that the resolution to rescind be agreed in this lower chamber.
Honourable Member St. Michael South.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, sir. Good morning to all of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a conversation, obviously, that attracts my attention because of the portfolio that I now hold, but because of my own life's experience. I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for St. George South for so eloquently and so passionately and so in depth dealing with the issues that are confronting persons with disabilities in this country and the government's approach to trying to rectify these issues. I want to thank him, sir, for acknowledging all who has played a part in making sure that this kind of thinking, this kind of progress could come to fruition. I also want to thank, as he did, sir, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, who held this ministry responsible for persons with disabilities before I did, for the work that she did in leading the charge. And very soon, sir, this Honourable Chamber will be in receipt of legislation that will improve the lives of persons with disabilities, sir. I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. James North as well, who is chairman of that committee, sir, that was established to advise us on how to create the commission that would improve the lives of persons with disabilities. So a lot of work, sir, is going on in this particular area, sir, and I am thankful that I have the opportunity to lead in this particular moment, sir. Naturally, I would want to thank the Rotary Club South, who would be doing a lot of this work, sir. It is through the hands of other people that we will be able to get to the destination that we are seeking to get to, sir. I want to thank also, as I begin, the Barbados Council for the Disabled, who has done yeoman's service, sir, in this country. It is one of the NGOs, community-based organizations, charitable organizations, sir, that is doing tremendous work, sir. And this country owes the Council for the Disabled a debt of gratitude. I must, as I begin, also thank the Sir David Simmons, sorry, sir, for permitting me to call his name, Sir David Simmons, who is chairing the Law Reform Commission, and who, through his efforts, sir, we are able to have the draft legislation for persons with disabilities finished and being brought to this House very soon. And I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. James North will speak to a lot of these details. Today, I do not intend to do that. So I want to set this debate in the context of social development, sir. I want to do so because all of us understand, sir, almost naturally, innately, that those of us who are born into this country expect a certain standard of living. We know, sir, that for most of us, being born into Barbados comes with a great promise. And for those of us who are trained in social development, sir, we understand this to mean, sir, that there is that rich marriage, that integration of social progress, but there must also be some economic growth. There must also be some economic progress. There must also be the idea that development reaches everybody in the fullest context, sir. And for me, I've always understood, sir, and the approach that I've taken at the ministry, sir, I've always understood social development in three ways. And that when you are trying to attend to the needs of a group, particularly a disadvantaged group, you must look at how needs are met, how problems are managed, and what opportunities for advancement exist or that you are able to create. Needs are met, problems are managed, and opportunities for advancement. It is in that context, sir, that I have brought all kinds of understanding, not only to persons with disabilities, sir, but to the elderly, to children's issues, to persons with HIV, to the most vulnerable, sir, in this country, because we have to look at how their needs are met, how we manage some of these social problems, and how we create opportunities for advancement, sir. And we could do that at the macro level, as we do in the ministry, but we also must get down in the weeds and do it, sir, in the lives of people. It's okay to have a bird's eye view, but sometimes you need a worm's understanding. Down on the ground. What are the realities facing people, sir? And that is what I think, sir, should be, for me, at least today, because there will be another time, I think, when we bring the legislation, that is the conversation that I wish to have today, sir. How do we look at the challenges facing persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups within the context of how well are we ensuring their social development in this country, sir? And I said, sir, there is known to all of us, whether it is told to us or whether we've come into contact with it through our own life experience, sir, but we believe that there is a promise of Barbados. We believe that being born in this country, sir, entitles us to certain things. We believe that being born in this country allows us opportunity, sir, to rise sometimes from poorest of circumstances to hold the highest offices in this land, sir. To be born, sir, in circumstances where people do not see you, sir, and command the world stage. To be the Prime Minister of a small island developing state as we are, sir. But to hold the international community, sir, their attention, because that is the promise of Barbados. That all of us, sir, born into this country believe that we can go on to do the greatest things, sir, because we were fed that from the time we were children, sir. We saw it through our political leaders. We see it in our community practitioners. That Barbados is real. But for some in this country, sir, they have not seen the benefit of that promise. And that is the kind of distorted development, sir, that we came to office to be able to address. If it is that the promise of Barbados has not reached persons with disabilities, sir, then we are doing ourselves a tremendous disservice, sir. Those of you who know me well know that I like the words of John Donne over and over in most things, sir. But he says that no man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. All of us, sir, are interconnected. During the election campaign, I would say that we are all threads in the same fabric of life, interwoven into forming the finest tapestry. That is what makes us special. That we are able to utilize people's skills, sir, to recognize and to utilize people's skills, sir, regardless of their own circumstances. Again, I would say, sir, without fear of contradiction, that in this country, that has not been the reality for persons with disabilities. And that if you, sir, or any of us, sir, have a conversation, as we've done over the last few months, sir, under the chairmanship of the member for St. James North, if you have conversations with persons with disabilities, they would tell you that they feel they've been left out of the development of this country. And sir, for me, that is unconscionable. I know it is unconscionable for the Honourable Prime Minister and for the Cabinet and for the Parliament, sir. And that is why, sir, we are seeking to do things to make life different. We will not be able to do it on our own. Again, I want to thank Rotary Club South and all the different service organizations in this country, sir, who are doing things to make life easier for other people, sir. But if you look at international indicators, and I don't have time to get into all of it today, sir, but if you were to look at the indicators, just look at the indicators. For most of us, if you look at the Human Development Index, you go down the road. You look at the areas, sir, pertaining to health. You look at the issues pertaining to education. I mean, you pick any of them. And then, sir, you apply the standard that I just said. Needs are met, problems managed, opportunities for advancement in any of these areas. And for persons, sir, who are considered able-bodied, sir, and then look at the situation facing persons with disabilities. And you would see, sir, that what we have, in a true sense, in this regard, is a distorted development. And distorted development, sir, is where that development is not even for everyone. Where you could look and see that some people are prospering, and then you can look and see that others are not prospering, sir. And that your policies continue to perpetuate that kind of negativity. Or where your policies, sir, continue to reinforce these existing patterns of inequality, rather deliberate or otherwise. That is distorted development. And I would say, sir, that in relation to persons with disabilities, Barbados and the Caribbean has seen tremendous distorted development, sir. And that is where we have to be able to fix it. And sir, we say persons with disabilities, and you know, it sounds like there's a homogenous group of people and everybody's disability is the same, but you know very well that that's not the case. And that when I say persons with disabilities, that we are talking about a wide range of disabilities, sir. I won't get into that. I don't know if the Honourable Member for St. James North will, but we're talking about a wide range of disabilities. And that if we are going to address disabilities, then we have to address a wide range of disabilities. Many of us like to say we've addressed disabilities, sir, because we've addressed persons who are in wheelchairs. And we haven't addressed, sir, people who may have cognitive issues, other mental issues, sensory issues, sir. There is a young man, I think I spoke of him, sir, one night. He asked me if I drive with my lights on, my bright lights on. It was a day we were at the swimming pool, sir, for children with autism. He asked me if I drive with my bright lights on. And I said, no, not really. He said he doesn't like the bright lights. The conversation actually began by him telling me that he was tired. He was so tired he hadn't slept. And I asked him why he didn't sleep. And then we had the conversation about the lights. He said, do you drive with your lights on? Your bright lights? I said, no. He said, I don't like the bright lights. I said, well, I don't understand. He said, the bright lights, sir, when I am home in my bed last night, all I could see were the lights. And I got no sleep because people refused to turn off the lights. And he said his dad was flashing the other people to dim their lights, but they wouldn't dim their lights. He couldn't sleep because the lights affect him differently from how the lights affect you or how the lights affect me. And that unless we start to understand what the challenges are, we will not begin to address them. And so I ask people who drive unnecessarily with bright lights, when you're not approaching an oncoming vehicle, or if it is that you have those extremely white lights, that shouldn't be on the road anyhow, because you have to look away when they come to you, that you are causing people unnecessarily all kinds of discomfort. But we have to begin to understand, sir, that there are all kinds of disabilities, sir, if we are going to be able to address them, sir. And I believe that a lot of these are systemic issues. I believe that, sir, because it is too consistent in almost every aspect of our existence. I just said, sir, if you go through health, education, transportation, social service delivery, every component, housing, every component of our existence, sir, you see that persons with disabilities, sir, are not getting a fair share. We have to be able to address it, sir. I think that this situation is going to require our focus, of course, but at the same time, it is going to require our finance. It is okay for us to come and to talk, sir, but it costs to care. And that essentially, if you look at the trajectory that Barbados is facing, sir, we now need to know, and I've told the disabilities unit this, I want to know every single person in this country that has a disability. I want to know where they live, what is the nature of this disability, and the work that we're doing with the university, sir, to identify, using geospatial mapping, where these persons are, so that in the event of a disaster, we could move these people first. Is it along a bus route? Is it a good road? These are the things that are brought into that conversation so that we can address these issues, sir, that are vexing issues, but many of them, sir, have become pervasive, not because they can't be solved, but simply because they have been ignored. Enough is enough. And it is about time, sir, that we begin to address a lot of these issues, sir. So one of the things we have to continue to do is to bring awareness to these issues, to draw attention to these issues, to have the public understand, sir, that these things are not right. I was so pleased just over the weekend, sir. I saw somebody parking in the disabled spot, a spot for a person with disability, and as they reversed, it was there by the cinema. They didn't see it on the road, but they also have these signs in the for you can see when you look back. The person got out, saw the car park was full, saw the disability sign, got back in his car, started saying to himself, I can't do this, got back in his car and he moved, sir. That is the attitude that we need in Barbados. That is what we need from Barbadians. Sir, I have not come to this chamber to call people to do unbelievable things, sir. It is in the small things that we will make a difference in the lives of people, sir. I have said in this chamber, the people who have carried most of us will never have the name on a plaque on any wall in this country. The people you knew in your community that continue to do work may never be honored with a name on a building. But the way that we have made an influence in other people's lives, sir, are in the simple, subtle things, sir. And as minister responsible now for persons with disabilities, sir, that is my charge and it is my mandate. But let us look at needs, sir, and I will go through a few very quickly. In education, In the conversation that we had, sir, it became very clear to me that there are things for us to be able to do now in education. Education, sir, is not only the place where people will go and get an education, but it is also a filter because it is oftentimes in the educational institution that you can determine if somebody has a disability or not. Many parents may not be able to identify it. We have to strengthen our teachers' capacity to be able to do this identification. We have to strengthen the assessments to be able to ensure that, because if you catch it earlier, some of them you can work with the people earlier, work with the children earlier. We owe them that, sir. And there was a time in Barbados, I recall as a child, sir, when you would go to school and they would give you an assessment for all kinds of things. People would come in and they would test your eyes in school. You remember, I'm sure you remember, sir? They would come in and then they would look at your teeth and tell you if you need to go to the dentist or not, and then make sure you go and get your teeth clean. In this country, sir, it is almost impossible for children with disabilities to go to the dentist. Ask, remember, for St. James North. One, because it is expensive, very expensive, and if it's a severe disability, you will often have to sedate the child. Many parents cannot afford it, sir. Many of them, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West is looking at me, because he also knows that I've sent persons to him, and in his kindness, he's dealt with me for free. But it is expensive if they had to pay. It is expensive. And sir, we need to be able to make these assessments at school. By the time they're discovered, sometimes later in life, it is too deep, too far gone. And the things that we could do, sir, to make life easier. As children, you can't do it when the people are older, sir. I also feel that we need to start teaching, as we've said about foreign languages, sir, we need to start teaching sign language in schools, in primary school, because that would allow people to communicate. But beyond that, it would give people a sensitivity to this issue, sir, because children don't necessarily mean to be unkind. Children just do not understand oftentimes how to treat people that are different. And if we teach them how to communicate via sign language, sir, like the child who told us when we were at foundation school, no, sir, we were at the church, close to foundation school. And the parent got up and spoke of his child, sir, who went to play with some other children. They realized that he had a disability, sir, and then they stoned the boy. Because our children, sir, we have to talk to our children about these things. Because we start to raise, sir, a whole generation of people, sir, who are not able to respond to these things, sir. I want the young people in this country to show kindness to other people, people who are disabled, and people who are different, sir. I feel, sir, that a lot can be done in this regard, sir. If we continue to look at what is happening, sir, in our educational system, sir, and the reason that I'm focusing on education in the beginning, sir, is because I feel education can make a big difference. And in this country, most people who have a disability, sir, are cheated of a good education. And I say so, sir, because I know it. And they're cheated of a good education. In many countries across the world, sir, people have, based on their level of disability, they may be allowed a person in the classroom beside them to help them to cope. Based on their level of disability, sir, we do it now. We give people a little bit of extra time, sir, but that is on the assumption that we recognize the disability. I have a friend, sir, in the international agencies, a senior member there, who told me that when she went around to look at the schools, she could not put her daughter in any of these schools because they just did not have the facilities. That is not the reputation we want for ourselves, sir. We don't want the people in the international community to say that. But more importantly to me, we do not want that for Barbadian children. We have to do a lot better, sir, when it comes to attending to the needs of persons with disabilities, sir. But education, sir, if you treat a person of education in this country, we both, sir, rightfully so, as a country, about our educational level. We talk about restoring university for free to adults, or relatively so. But we need to put ourselves in a position, sir, to talk happily, boldly, with pride about what we do for children with disabilities, sir, in the school system. If you fail to help a child in school, sir, you have failed that child at every aspect, every angle, every component, sir, of their life, sir. It has to change. We have to do better, sir, in our educational institutions, sir. If you look at need, even on the roads, people need to be able to get across the streets, sir. A lot of our streets still remain very disabled, very unfriendly to persons with disabilities, very unfriendly to people who don't have disabilities, to be truthful. Sometimes you walk in, you say, what, sir? And then you see that one of those things just missing. Sometimes they might put a can in it so you don't drop in it, but oftentimes they don't.
No reals.
Or that the road walks sometimes and then it just drops in, sir. Remember you're planning in this new Barbados? We have to plan with persons with disabilities in mind. When we are planning in this new Barbados, persons with disabilities have to be at the table. Or we continue to do them and this country a disservice, sir. I have said to my staff, if they were here, they would tell you, that while I think this ministry attends to some of the most urgent needs of this country, in my mind, dealing with the issue for persons with disabilities must be our most important charge. Because the deficit in terms of people's development is most clearly seen in relation to persons who have disabilities, sir. If we look at some of the problems that we are dealing with, sir, how problems are managed. I spoke briefly of the attitude, sir, I won't go over it. But abuse. And people with disabilities, sir, are continuously abused in this country. And when we bring the child legislation, sir, which we will bring to this parliament by the end of this year, and we go through the definition of child abuse, a lot of the definitions apply. And we talk about verbal abuse and neglect and emotional abuse. But physical abuse, sexual abuse, sir, you know, I know, all of us in here know, people in Barbados know. Sometimes you will see a person, sir, that you know, because of her level of development, is still at the level of a child. And you see them pregnant, time and time again. Sometimes they can't even tell you who the father is. That is because some person is taking advantage of the situation. And we have to bring an end to those things, sir. I also feel, of course, that persons with disabilities, sir, are allowed to have their sexual freedom like anybody else. Should be allowed, if they're cognitive enough, sir, to make the decisions, should be allowed to pursue relationships like anybody else, if they are able to make that determination. But when they are not, and people are taking advantage of them, sir, we have to make those persons feel the weight of the law. Oh, yes. Sir, because people are taking advantage of people who have disabilities, sir, in this country, sir. Healthcare, again, I mean, sir, we could go through a whole lot of them. I don't want to spend the few minutes that I have, sir, going through all of these. And lastly, sir, needs are met, problems are managed, opportunities for advancement. When I spoke of the educational system, sir, I spoke of it in the context of what occurs in our schools, but also what occurs in our training institutions. I want to thank the NTI, sir, for the work that they're doing to ensure that persons with disabilities are included. But if you consider that education for all of us has been that pillar, that post, that step that has allowed us to move from one position in life to another. You, I know very well, would not be in that chair were it not for education, sir. I would not be standing here were it not be for education, sir. Why should you have? Why should I have? Why should we all have the benefit of a good education that allows us to change our social circumstances when people with disabilities do not have that same opportunity, sir? And then we consider this society to be a meritocratic society. We say that this society is based on merit. If you have the qualifications, you will get the job. If you have the requisite training, you will get the job. If you have the experience, you will get the job. Persons with disabilities won't have the qualifications, but they can hardly get into school. When they do get into school, they can hardly get the opportunity, sir, to do well because they don't have the support. So there are people in this country, like the former president of the Senate, sir, who I will continue to commend, sir, because to make it as a person with disabilities in this country, sir, you've got to be something special. But it should not be so. That should not be the exception to the rule. It should be the case that persons with disabilities are able to do well in this country like anybody else. And the barriers that are preventing people from doing well in this country, sir, are not the barriers that are intrinsic or that live within the persons with disabilities. The barriers that are preventing people from doing well in this country are ours, in the systems that we built. Some, sir, in the 60s and the 50s, that we still continue to use. People using all kind of words to describe people. You're an imbecile. You're retarded. Offensive at the core. And we continue, sir, to let people pass, sir. We got to pull them up when we know that people are doing things that are wrong in this country, sir. And that for all that we do, when we bring the legislation, for all that we do, invariably what we must achieve is a transition in people's attitude, people's mindset, sir. And imagine if you're badgered. You know, when we as a people don't understand difference, sir, it troubles me because most of us are of color, sir, came to this country against our will, were tormented for years because we were different, and also because people wanted to use us for their own exploits and advantage. And then we turn around and do that same thing to people with disabilities because they're different. People get treated badly because they are different, sir. And something has to change in this society, sir, if we are to make the promise of Barbados real for all. I say to you that the promise of Barbados is real for none if the promise of Barbados is not real for all. That is our mandate. That is our mandate, sir. And so for all that we are doing in the ministry, sir, to make sure that at the end of the day, people with disabilities can live, it is because, sir, that is the society that our forefathers envisioned. That is what Barrow thought of. It is what Grantley Adams thought of. That is what, you know, I often feel, sir, that we praise our forefathers, sir, for what they have done, more so than for the way they were thinking, the way they thought about the world. Because if we understood how they thought about the world, we would not limit ourselves to only appreciating what they did. Because we would know that were they alive today, they would be thinking about the new world. How does Barbados make its way in the new world? What will be the role for all Barbadians, sir? That is where we have to go, sir. But as I, sir, get to my final point, sir, how do we do this? How do we do this? I've heard, sir, we often talk about the private sector, sir, and the NGO. The Barbadian private sector, sir, is not the American private sector. They don't have those level of resources. You're hardly going to find a private sector organization donating $5, $10 million, but they could donate 5. They could donate 10. They could donate 20. We are calling on all the private sector organizations, sir, to do more. I am happy that I've seen in the recent past, sir, many private sector organizations reach out to the National Disabilities Unit, and I also want to thank them for the work that they've been doing, sir, especially in the recent past. I think the National Disabilities Unit is doing an exemplary job. In the recent past, sir, the amount of things that they have done for people with disabilities in this country, sir, is amazing. People are reaching out to the National Council, sir, and asking, do you have persons who fit this particular job description? So they recognize, sir, that there's a need now to do more for people. So when I was head of the constituency councils, we sent out a letter to all the NGOs in Barbados, because there are a lot of NGOs listed on paper. Sir, would you know that most of those letters came back unopened? That many postmen could not even find where these NGOs are? That these NGOs really do not exist, perhaps outside the minds of some people who might have gone to the registry and registered them, but never really practiced as an NGO? Or that some of them had a charismatic leader, and when that charismatic leader leaves or dies, the organization still exists in theory, but not in real terms. And that when we want to work through a lot of these NGOs, it is going to be difficult because a lot of these NGOs simply don't exist. And that the work of the government must be, if we're talking seriously about building social capital, part of our work must be building back the civil society sector in Barbados so that they can deliver on the promise of Barbados, so that they too can deliver to persons who have disabilities, sir. So I feel the first thing, sir, not in some esoteric way, the first thing is in a real way, look at the NGOs, sir, see where the gaps are and to build them. That is why, sir, we work with the Council for the Disabled. But sir, they would tell you that for almost every organization that is representing persons with disabilities we have met with, some that never got the support of the government now are getting support from the government, because we know, sir, that this is only going to come to fruition if everybody is involved, sir. Sir, we also have to make sure, sir, that a lot of the things that we do as individuals reach other people. We started a program, the Honourable Member for the City and myself, under the directorship of the PM, the Each One Reach 1,000 family, that the member told me to call the One Family, which we now call the One Family. The One Family program, sir, you'll soon hear us advertising it, where we are asking a person to just reach out and help another person. This morning on my way here, I had a call with a lady, sir, who told me she's a pensioner. Her only pension is from the government. She has no real wealth, but that she's doing 75 hampers. She goes around and she raises it. She's asking people for donations, and she's been able to, over the last few years, to do 75 hampers at Christmas in her own name, as well as in the name of the church that she works with. But she goes out and she does it. We don't need a government all the time, sir, to come here and tell us what we have to do. We know that in our community, sir, that the people who fed us, sometimes when we had nothing to eat, you knock on a door, somebody give you something to eat. We know this. We know, sir, that when you go to do a little pot on the side, sir, you know, in the pen you used to say you're doing a knots. When you're going to do a little pot, you can bring the peas, he can bring the rice, somebody might bring chicken if you're lucky, because chicken was a luxury. But then the fish man was cheap, so you might get some fish. But everybody would bring something. And sir, that is the principle of the Each One Reach One. When you go to the supermarket, if you buy 10 tins of corned beef, or corned beef so expensive now, if you buy sardine, sir, you give somebody one or two. Because these things are expensive, we now have to be able to help one another, sir. And sir, we have to be able to plan. Sir, as I get to the end of my presentation, sir, we have to plan for aging. We have to plan for aging. And I say so in a conversation on persons with disabilities because a disproportionate share of our elderly people have disabilities. Sir, you would know whether it is a physical disability, whether it is a disability brought on by the diseases associated with old age, like dementia, and so on. A lot of them are dealing with disabilities, high blood pressure, you know, they lose a limb. We have to plan for aging because that is a disproportionate share of our persons with disabilities. And in the next 10 years, most of us, sir, are going to be near 60. The average age for Barbadians now is 40-something, you know. Barbados is an aged society. Yet we continue to look at, if you look at the expenditure, sir, we continue to allocate resources almost as if this is 20 years ago. Everything has changed. We have to change the way we allocate resources because the society has changed. It costs a lot more to cater for one older person than it does to cater for one child. Yet we're going to have a lot more older people in 10, 15 years than we do children. We have to look at these things, sir. The accident that we saw yesterday, sir, accidents on the road, gunshots, all these things, sir, are leading to increased numbers of persons with disabilities and putting a strain on our resources, sir. And finally, sir, we have to get better at transitioning. Some people are born with disabilities, sir, and they're given a hard deal in life. We have to do better there, sir. But when you are not born with a disability, you acquire a disability late in life. The transitioning is so difficult. If you acquire a disability, sir, as a grown man, never having known it, you go blind. You lose your hearing. Just imagine that tomorrow morning, all of a sudden, you can't see. The transitioning, the tools in place, sir, to make sure that people transition easily from one state to another state. We have to plan for it. These are the things, sir, that I feel we have to be able to address, sir, in this particular debate, sir. But also, I feel these are the things we have to address in society, sir. I am proud of the work that has been done by this government. You will see when the legislation comes to this house, sir, that it is thorough. I also want to again thank the Honourable Member for St. James North. His discipline, his commitment, his service to persons with disabilities is way beyond his service to himself, sir. I see it every single day. When he calls me, when he asks me, sir, what are we doing with this? Why hasn't this happened, sir? I want to thank him for the charge that he's leading for persons with disabilities, sir. for the partner that he's been to the ministry, sir, as we build out. But just like he has done it, sir, as I close, I call on all Barbadians to make real for all Barbadians the promise of Barbados, sir. And that does not happen by allowing some people to prosper and others to not prosper. It does not happen, sir, by allowing what is occurring now for persons with disabilities to continue. This is our country. And at the end of the day, as I said before, none of us will prosper, sir, if we allow some of us to fail. Sir, I wish to thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak.
Honourable for Christchurch East.
Sir, I beg the suspension of this chamber until 1:45 for lunch.
The question that this honourable chamber be suspended until 1:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 1:45 p.m.
A long-time project that service organization had for the people of Barbados, and specifically for children with disabilities, an extremely vulnerable group. The Rotaries, just like the Lions, of which I'm a member, Kiwanis, Optimists, play an extremely essential role in our society and in our social and economic development. A government, as was said by the Honourable Minister of Housing, who presented it, correctly said, can't do everything. And we need organizations, service organizations, non-governmental organizations, such as the Rotaries, to assist in our efforts to make life better for all our people. In fact, in Canada, I know certainly about 10 years ago, it was estimated that service organizations, non-governmental organizations, charitable organizations contribute about 7% to the gross national product and domestic product of Canada. And it would be interesting for a study to be carried out in Barbados, perhaps by the University of the West Indies, on how much these organizations contribute through volunteerism to the gross national product of Barbados. And of course, we have, since this administration came into office, added to that in terms of give back by students at tertiary level. In a lot of cases, assisting these organizations and charitable organizations in this cause. I commend, sir, the Honourable Minister who led this debate this morning. He spoke with tremendous passion. I think he revealed for the first time that he also grew up in a household that had a relative, close relative with a disability, sir, and spoke with the passion that brings, and also as a Rotarian. And then, of course, the Honourable Minister in charge of disabilities, who spoke as a true social policy expert, was speaking as someone who has brought tremendous passion and dedication and drive to the cause of advancing the lives of people with disabilities since he's become minister. I also wish to commend the Council for the Disabled, sir, as the Honourable Housing Minister did, and the Honourable Minister for People's Empowerment for the role that they have played, that Council has played in this initiative. I was a director of the Council of the Disabled, sir, when this initiative would have been driven. I was a director between 2013 and 18, so I know of the efforts made by the Council in this regard. And you've given me permission, sir, to call names. I sought and obtained such permission. Miss Rosanna Truder, sir, has to be commended in this regard, long-time administrative manager of the Council, in helping us reach where we are today. This also speaks, sir, towards the issue of tax deductions for persons who contribute to charitable organizations, registered charitable organizations, service organizations which are registered, and they have to register under the Companies Act for donees to get this benefit. And this administration would have reinstituted that income tax provision whereby donations to a registered charity are tax deductible up to 10% of your accessible income for the year. And that's commendable, sir. Something that if the administration could find its way to increase on, I'm sure that it will do in the future. So this presents an opportunity, of course, to speak on the work of the National Advisory Committee to guide the establishment of a commission to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. And first want to say, of course, the United Nations have already deemed as its theme for International Day next year, 2023, for persons with disabilities, as transformative solutions for inclusive development, the role of innovation in fueling an accessible and equitable world. And of course, this resolution, what we are doing today, is part of that, because persons with disability, it is accepted, so it's beyond argument, are among the most vulnerable people, not only in our country, but in our region as a whole, and perhaps in a lot of the wider world. Caribbean Development Bank, in a study in 2017, identified that a significant portion of the poorest 5% in Barbados and, as I said, throughout its member states in the region are persons with disabilities. And a society, a caring government such as what we are, must treat towards the most vulnerable. As Mahatma Gandhi said, a society has to be judged by how it treats to its most vulnerable people. And this administration is making and continues to make a commendable effort, sir, in treating towards improving the lives of persons with disabilities, and none more so than the formation of the National Advisory Committee, of which I have the honor to be chairperson. Prime Minister, on the 27th day of this year, when the Honourable Prime Minister, when cabinet ministers, members of Parliament, members of the Senate were sworn in at State House, said that she was going to, and the cabinet was going to establish this National Advisory Committee. The resolve of the Honourable Minister for People's Empowerment to have that done in the shortest possible time realized the fact that by 1st of June, this committee was indeed established. And so in the, almost 6 months of the duration of the life of this committee, a tremendous amount of work has been done. I don't know that there have been many committees that in such short a time have been able to have engaged the public to such an extent that this committee has been able to, sir. And sir, I have to give credit to the members of the committee, sir. As I said, you have given me permission to call names. The Deputy Chairman, former President of the Senate, Kerry-Ann Eiffel, SCM, sir, has been a tremendous task. But Kerry-Ann, I mean, is a treasure, unique, sir. And she shows the possibilities, what is possible when people with disabilities, blind persons in her case, because people with disabilities are not a homogeneous group, get the opportunity. So they can achieve as much more than people who don't have any patent inability. Senator Andre Lee Boyce, so, a tremendous young man, 2-3 university degrees, outstanding individual, member of the committee. And sir, I have to commend Cabinet for agreeing to the choice of such a committee, sir. I would have recommended all the members except one. If I had thought of that one person, I would have added him on too, sir. Janelle Odell, first blind attorney at law in this country. Someone who, despite her visual impairment, sir, taught her class at law school. Distinction. First class honors in law. Again, showing the possibilities of someone with a disability. Joyanne Higgs, communication specialist, tremendous help in advising on public relations and relationships with the media to the committee. Larry Smith, Silk, of course, assisting in terms of the legal effects and on the mental health and challenges issue, autism issues. Granville Carter, sir, 6-time Calypso champion in contests for the blind in this country, 6 successive times, worthy of a national honor, sir. Sonia Rollins, head of the Derek Smith Vocational School, one of the schools mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. George South as a school that treats towards people with disabilities in this country. And Mr. John Hollingsworth, who is director of the National Disabilities Unit, and that organization doing yeoman's services in this area with limited human resources. So this committee, sir, grounded with equality individuals such as those that I named, and every member of that committee either has a disability, sir, or has a close relative in terms of a child, or in my case, a sister with a disability. So we all know disability as a lived experience. And this is important in terms of the enthusiasm and the drive that has gone into the works of this committee, sir. So we initially met with all the ministries, each and every ministry and major statutory corporation, major government department we have engaged in. Within the first 6 weeks, June, July, that was up to the middle of August. And I again commend all the members of cabinet, sir, who led their ministerial delegations in meeting with the committee. They had their top policy advisors, permanent secretaries, and senior managers at the meeting. In each and every case, a minister attended, except in one case where that minister was out of the island on government duties. And that was a meeting that we combined anyway, as we did with some ministries. So, you know, there was still ministerial representation at the meeting. And that showed me, that showed the committee, that showed people with disabilities that this is an administration that truly cares and is not only willing to just form a committee and speak on an issue, but to act in that regard. And for example, every minister who I put the question to during the meetings, look, people with disabilities have to be involved not only in terms of the socio-economic life, but more involved in the socio-economic life of this country, the cultural life, sporting, recreational, but also at policy making level, have to be given that opportunity. And would you be willing, of course, to have people with disabilities, more people with disabilities on your the statutory boards, committees, commissions that come under your ministry? And all the ministers, of course, said yes, they would be. Now, that takes now being informed of who are suitable, are worthy to be on statutory boards, and there are many such people in this country who can, if given the opportunity, serve at that level and be part of the policy-making machinery of this country, and obviously making decisions about themselves and their own lives. So I would call on members of Parliament to give names to your colleagues on persons who could serve. When I was minister, sir, I certainly would have ensured that on the committees that I had responsibility for, there were some persons with disabilities. So this is one of the key areas, sir, that, and the Honourable Minister for People's Empowerment spoke to it. He said that he wants to know where every person with a disability lives in Barbados. And that is certainly the ideal, sir. Part of that is going to involve registration of persons with disabilities, and that is in the draft bill. Optional registration of persons with disabilities if you're an adult. I mean, you can't compel an adult to register with the National Disabilities Unit, or when the act is passed, it'll be the commission, but certainly children with disabilities will have to be registered. So, and this is key, and I would certainly wish to urge persons with disabilities to register with the authorities so that the authorities know who you are. Certainly in my constituency, sir, I would wish to say I know virtually every person with disabilities, but of course that is my interest in knowing them. But sir, as I said, this has implications in terms of being able to assist persons with disabilities as much as we can, even in terms of the extremely notable and significant act 3 months ago by the Honourable Minister of Housing to have Cabinet agree that 10% of housing, state housing or housing by state-affiliated companies in this country going forward, 10% of the housing solutions must go to persons with disabilities, sir. And that alone is transformative, sir, if nothing else, because that was first mooted 22 years ago when on May the 20th, 2000, the Green Paper of which the Honourable Minister mentioned was laid in this Parliament. That was first where the 10% allocation of housing for persons with disabilities came up. But it was never implemented. In fact, it dropped out of the White Paper 2 years after, as that paper was laid in Parliament. But to make this now a lived reality and a realised proposal, again, we have to know who are the people with disabilities that need housing, so that the state can accommodate them. And part of that, of course, the major part is registration. That is why, sir, it's so important. I mean, tomorrow the committee is meeting for the second time with the Electoral Boundaries Commission, because there has apparently been slow registration of persons with disabilities for the Trident card, under which, within that card, you could register your disability as well, and therefore it's important for us to try and get this right in terms of registration of persons with disabilities. After meeting with all the ministries and major government departments, sir, the committee also met with the labour movement, the business community, employers confederation, Chamber of Commerce, with United Nations organizations here in Barbados. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Partnership reached out to us and said the Social Justice Committee wishes to meet with you to see the work you're doing and the faith-based organizations. And we therefore met with them as well, sir. We met, sir, with the opposition political parties, because there is no political divide on this. There can't be any political divide on this. Disabilities doesn't say, I can give you this because you're a BLP, but I'm not going to give you this because of a Dem. You're a Dem. So it was important to involve the opposition parties, and I must commend them for agreeing to come and meet with us, sir. In terms of the LP, it was their social committee, sir. And in terms of Bishop Atherley, he came himself, sir. And the bishop gave suggestions which were on par with our thinking. It showed he has given a lot of thought on the issue, as I know, because we've spoken on this issue many times when we were in the same political party, sir. So I know his thought process. And there is no political divide, I wish to say, on the need, the undoubted need and desire to improve the lives of persons with disabilities in this country. We would obviously, sir, have met with persons with disabilities themselves, the organizations of which there are 21 under the umbrella of the Council for the Disabled, which serve persons with disabilities in Barbados. And we met on 3 occasions with them, dividing up the Pacific areas, dealing with different aspects of the cabinet portfolios on each occasion. We would have met as well to, sir, 3 town hall meetings, inviting all the public to meetings. One in the north, one in south, one in Bridgetown, sir. In addition, we invited, or even now, the public can write in memorandum on proposals and legislative provisions which they believe should inform ultimately the Cabinet's consideration. in considering the draft legislation and the policy proposals, sir. And many persons have done that. And we specifically wrote organizations such as the Rotaries, the Lions, inviting them to submit memorandum, Bar Association, BAMP, the Homeless Society. So this has been an extremely wide-ranging public consultation in the 6 months of the existence of this commission. No one can say they haven't been given the opportunity to meet and to engage the National Advisory Committee, which has been established in some form or another. Our consultations have shown, sir, that, look, we have come a far way from the days when people with disabilities, as we know and as you know, sir, you're a social policy person, were hidden away in a house and were not brought out in public in a lot of cases because their family, in a lot of cases, considered them an embarrassment, sir. We've come a far way from that, sir. But we still have a far way to go. What the Cabinet has done in establishing this committee has taken a big step, sir, towards the recognition that there's a need for greater participation of people with disabilities in all aspects of this country, that they have a right to, as citizens of this country and residents of this country, to equal treatment, that they have a right not to be discriminated against, to be included in all aspects of this country, and to be able to have accessibility in all definitions of that term to all areas of this country, sir. And therefore, the Ministry of Public Works also has to be commended for making some car park spaces in Bridgetown, sir, some within a big stone's distance from here, for the first time in this country, something that the Council for the Disabled People with Disabilities were calling for from 2015, when over 10,000 people signed a petition and presented it to government, calling for car park spaces for people with disabilities in this country. So, and a call has to go out for people who do not have disabilities to recognize that the parking spaces reserved for people with disabilities are what they are. For people with disabilities or who are either driving, because that is possible, sir, as the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke about his cousin being a driver, sir. And I have experienced that too, sir, when I was in Canada. A friend of my family, she drove me, no fingers. She was one of those babies born in the 60s, you remember. Mothers took a tablet that they thought would help, and their children, a lot of them were born without limbs. But I have experienced that, sir. And that's the possibilities that they have. There must be no limitation for people with disabilities in any aspect once they have the capacity to perform, sir. They must be included in everything. And the car park spaces are to be reserved for people with disabilities. And during our meetings, certainly, sir, with the business community, we call on them to be more vigilant to prevent people without disabilities abusing this position, because it is the law of the land and subject to fines for parking in car park spaces reserved for persons with disabilities. So I wish to speak about the role of the Law Reform Commission, sir, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South mentioned it, but I will also mention it, sir. The role of the Law Reform Commission, headed by Sir David Simmons, sir, whose name, as we know, last Friday, very worthily and deservedly, sir, is now on the judicial complex, along with name of another former Attorney General, Sir Henry Ford, both members, long-standing members of this Parliament. So in the case of Sir David, also a former Chief Justice. And the Law Reform Commission recognized that we have a serious deficiency in our legislative framework in this country in not having comprehensive disabilities legislation. All we have, sir, of course, is the Constitution, which would give generally rights, human and fundamental rights to all citizens of Barbados. We have the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act, passed in this Parliament in 2020, which speaks as one of the categories of persons not to be discriminated against in terms of employment as people with disabilities, but there's no comprehensive legislation. And Sir David, sir, would have contacted the Honourable Minister for People Empowerment and myself after he heard of the establishment of the National Advisory Committee and said, we will retain a legal consultant for you to draft the bill, to draft the disabilities legislation. So, and you know, the Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. The stars, it's like the stars all coming together in alignment at the same time, because that has been a tremendous benefit, sir. So the Law Reform Commission retained Dr. Jason Haynes, one of the brightest academic minds in this Caribbean. Vincentian, born, married to a Barbadian, again, top of his class, first class honors, distinction in everything. He did now a lecturer at the University of Birmingham, in the recent past, Deputy Dean of the University of the West Indies Law Faculty here. And he drafted us a bill, as he had done, sir, in his home country last year in St. Vincent, in drafting disabilities legislation bill. He had experience in the area because he was also part of the process of the report the Honourable Housing Minister spoke of today, the Access to Justice report by Impact Justice, which was published in December last year, so he was part of that too. So he has a platform, and we had a draft bill, sir, which the committee has obviously looked at and tightened up on many proposals, and this Parliament was told today of the all-day session that was held last week, Wednesday, with all the stakeholders in the community of people with disabilities and the organizations, as well as officers from the Chief Parliamentary Council that ultimately, of course, would have overview on the draft bill. So two of the parliamentary councils, certainly one senior parliamentary council, were present as well at this all-day meeting. And the final draft, sir, is scheduled to be presented to us by the 5th of December, in 2 weeks' time, sir, because the committee initially has been given a 6-month tenure by Cabinet, which ends the end of November, sir. So we are putting the final touches on a report on the work of the committee so far, and the broad proposals, sir, which will inform that report to present to the Honourable Minister for People Empowerment next week by Independence Day, sir, final day of our tenure. And it is up to Cabinet to see if the tenure bit should be extended, because the policy document which will be required to go to the Cabinet for its consideration along with the draft bill is being worked on, so probably won't be ready until the 3rd week of January, by Professor Drain Devenish, an outstanding Barbadian social policy and social scientist, who has recently done the elderly report for the same Ministry of People Empowerment. I believe he's also involved in the sports policy initiative as well. So this committee has got top resource persons and experts to assist it in this all-important concept and in this significant work that it is doing. Sir, there is no doubt that people with disabilities, given the opportunity to realize their full potential, can do as well as anyone in this country. But they have traditionally been disadvantaged, sir, because as was mentioned by the two previous honourable members, sir, when you have a situation in Barbados where 90%, sir, of people with disabilities, adult of working age, are either unemployed or not self-employed, you have a problem, because that represents 10 times the average nationally in Barbados. And it is therefore the duty of any government, sir, that cares such as this, to reduce and to treat to that clear problem, sir, where people with disabilities are not given the opportunity to work in this country. And we again call on, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South has done consistently within the recent past, call on people, employers to give people with disabilities an opportunity, sir. And yes, since this committee has been formed, yes, there have been employers who have been reaching out to people with disabilities to see about employment for them, sir. And the record shows that the business places, entities that have given people with disabilities an opportunity for employment are generally very pleased about them. They say they concentrate on the work. They're not gossiping. They're not on Facebook or on a cell phone all day, because they are tremendously happy to be given the opportunity to work, but obviously within their capacity, sir, because people with disabilities are not asking for any handout or any tokenism, sir. This is their right, and we're asking for them to be involved in work that they're capable of doing, sir. And COVID, 2 years of COVID, sir, harsh COVID that we've recently come out, has shown that people can work remotely, sir, because that is what a large percentage of Barbados were doing for a significant part of 2 years. So people with disabilities can work remotely. Many of them, sir, are better with information technology and computers, certainly, than I am, sir. So there is that opportunity for them. There's provisions, sir, in the draft bill for retrofitting public buildings, which treat towards persons with disabilities, that invite the public, that there's proposals that public buildings will have to be retrofitted to allow accessibility for persons with disabilities, and that certainly buildings that are built going forward, sir, such as the Judicial Centre, which we heard mentioned today by the Honourable Housing Minister as being accessible to persons with disabilities, that has to be the norm, sir. And when we met with the Town Planning Office, we said so. So, for example, multi-story buildings, the elevators ought to have braille on them as well, or devices that the deaf can see and therefore be guided by. That is so in some of our government buildings, such as the Baobab Towers, I know have that, sir, but other government buildings don't. And that has to be the type of engagement that the government must lead in terms of making Barbados all-inclusive for persons with disabilities, sir. When we met with tourism, sir, and I commend the Honourable, well, she's no longer the Honourable Senator who was Minister of Tourism then. She's, of course, now Minister in Small Business, but she realized that that we do not cater enough to tourists who have disabilities. And even from an economic viewpoint, that can be a major market, because a lot of persons with disabilities in the developed countries are multimillionaires, even if from the settlements which they have received as a result of the incident which caused their disability. And if we were to make Barbados fully accessible to people with disabilities, that is a market, major market, possibly for people with disabilities to come to Barbados and enjoy themselves to the best that they can do. This particular resolution speaks towards the environment and sports and physical activity, so very important. And so I know the committee had an opportunity to speak towards the sporting policy for persons with disability that the Honourable Minister for Sports and Community Development is now crafting, and I believe is near finalization. And right now, of course, there's a para-badminton tournament going on in Colombia, which Barbados is being represented by 2 badminton players. And we have to encourage and give reward, just reward, to people with disabilities who are involved in competitive sporting engagements, just as we reward people without disabilities in the normal sporting engagement and the athletes. So, education of children with disabilities is major, because you're not going to vastly reduce the unemployment figure of persons with disabilities without education for better education opportunities for children with disabilities. And as I said, sir, it is perhaps that the stars have come together, because the Ministry of Education, as we all know, is in the midst of looking at education reforms, and part of that education reform must include children with disabilities. And 2 members of the committee, the National Advisory Committee, would have served in some capacity on the education reform subcommittees, and would have engaged the ministry on how best now to include children with disabilities into mainstream education, sir. Because, and this is what this resolution is about as well, permitting the opportunity for children with disabilities to come together with children who do not have disabilities, sir, because that's the only way. It can't be a case where children with disabilities are excluded and are made to feel that they are different because of a disability, and are therefore subject to bullying, for example, as we heard, as the Honourable Minister for People Empowerment said, we heard about at the town hall meeting, sir. And the coming together of children with disabilities within the school environment must happen to a greater extent than is now. And it can't be a case where, even though we have education, free education, quote unquote, as of right, in this country by legislation for over 60 years, starting in the 1950s with certain schools and culminating in the 60s, but yet the reality is that parents of children with disabilities, majority of whom, sir, are struggling financially, have to pay in some respects for their children to be educated. In a lot of cases, that education may be subsidized by the foreign trust companies, charitable companies that are here, the Sandy Lane Trust, the Maria Holder Trust, for example, the Derek Smith Trust, Tanglewood, sir. But this needs to be as right, because children with disabilities have the right to free education just like anybody else. But that can't be only words, it has to be translated into reality. And it is incumbent on us, sir, as members of Parliament, as representatives of the people, to have this happen, sir. All of this is not going to happen overnight, sir. There are going to be some proposals in terms of policy that can be brought into effect immediately, sir, on submission and after Cabinet's consideration and approval of what Cabinet feels should be approved, sir. But there will be some that would need medium-term measures, maybe to come into force in 2-3 years' time. There's some that may take a longer time, sir, to come into effect, sir. Because Rome wasn't built in a day. But a start has to be made to make this most vulnerable group of people be able to participate and be included in all aspects of life, even in the political process, sir. As I said, we're meeting with the Electoral Boundaries Commission tomorrow because there have been many cases in the past where people with disabilities say that they are not allowed to vote independently, where they wish to, that an electoral officer may intercede, sir. That is the truth. There have been reports on that and say, well, I can vote for you, I can cast an X for you, but sir, I defend the right of any person with disabilities, once they are capable of voting independently, to so vote. Whether the voting be D or independent, sir, that is their constitutional right. This party fought long and hard over 70 years ago, Right Excellent Sir Grantley, to enshrine the right of every Barbadian citizen and resident, by definition, to be able to vote freely and fairly for who they want to vote, sir. So this is what is at stake here, sir, within the wider debate here today. Cultural involvement, sir, must be a cultural policy to advance people with disabilities in this country, because that is part and parcel of what makes us all, sir. And when we met with the Ministry of Culture, sir, and again I commend Senator in the other place who has responsibility for that now. We spoke perhaps of funding by UNESCO in this cause to assist us in this regard, because there's developmental funding available for us to advance in this area. And the issue too, of course, is that Barbados, we are looked at as a high-level, middle-income earning country, and therefore not accessible to some developmental funding, a problem and dilemma which the Honourable Prime Minister speaks about in almost every forum that she speaks at internationally, sir. But it has to be that we treat to vulnerable groups too. And certainly in the meetings we had with the United Nations Development Programme, for example, they said on principle they would be willing to assist in what the Honourable Member for St. Michael South spoke about, the detection and identification early among 4-year-olds, for example, 3-4-year-olds of disabilities and slow learning challenges, something that used to happen when the Honourable Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, was Minister of Education, but somehow fell on the wayside, and which I think the Ministry of Education has committed to bringing back into reality in the next year, I believe in the school term starting September 2023. All of this is important, sir. Access to justice report, which the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke about, spoke to deficiencies in access to justice for persons with disabilities. And one of the proposals is that the legal aid scheme be widened to assist people with disabilities to access justice. But certainly, sir, the time will come for debate in the near future, hopefully before the end of this financial year, on the rights of persons with disabilities bill, sir. So we would have the opportunity to speak further on that, and clearly the provisions which will inform a better life for persons with disabilities, especially in terms of education, employment, health, access. So in employment, sir, the committee is recommending proposals for a quota system for businesses employing over a certain amount of persons. So we have to speak towards transformation and some radical changes if we are going to reduce this high unemployment figure of 90% for persons with disabilities. Because let's put it within context. The 2010 Housing and Population Census spoke towards 11,500 people with disabilities in this country. That represented 4% of our population at that time. I would put my head on the block, sir, to say that that figure is now significantly increased, and that percentage as well. Because since then, of course, we have people living longer. And the longer you live, the more likely it is that you're going to get some form of disability, with the prevalence of diabetes among black people in this country, sir, amputations, vision impairment, sir, Alzheimer's. Then, of course, we had the intervention of two health pandemics, sir, one much more serious than the other, but chikungunya regrettably left many people with disabilities, now have disabilities, sir, and even more so, COVID, sir. Those who were fortunate to survive, a lot of people, especially the elderly, who contracted COVID, regrettably now have some form of disability. I'm sure that all 30 of us in here could speak towards constituents in that position. So this is a significant percentage. And when you double that, at least, in terms of the caregivers, people who look after people with disabilities, you have a situation, perhaps certainly of over 10% of people in this country who are directly affected by people with disabilities. Much more so, because you might have two caregivers in a lot of cases. So this is what has to inform the policy on persons with disabilities by this government. Since the establishment of this committee, as the Honourable
The
Minister...
honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Yes, sir, I thank you. As the Honourable Minister of People Empowerment has said, I have seen, sir, an increase in the public awareness of persons with disabilities, sir. So, for example, we had a collaborative effort between the Ministries of People Empowerment and the Ministries of Business and Entrepreneurship, an all-day session at the University of the West Indies on encouraging people with disabilities to get into their own business and entrepreneurship. You had the National Disabilities Unit having an entrepreneurial fair, which they're committed to having every 3 months or so. You have the private sector as well coming in, Barbados Entrepreneurship Foundation, Inc., that would have had sessions and would have gone out of its way to include people with disabilities in the sessions on entrepreneurship. So there must be greater sensitivity by the public on this issue. This is one of the key challenges that we face, and the committee has started that. Each member of the committee at various times engaged the media, went on brass tacks, people's business, one-on-one, sir, and engaged the public, and would have allowed, the public to call in and make their suggestions as well. So, sir, I again wish to praise the Rotarians for their efforts, sir. We could only hope that the play park is now set up and established in the shortest possible time, sir. I'm sure that the government, through the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Community Development, will assist in this venture, sir. But in the wider sphere, sir, we stand ready, sir, and certainly I stand ready after being involved in this cause for over 30 years, sir, to serve in whatever capacity I'm required to ensure that people with disabilities are given equality of opportunity in every aspect of life in this country and are allowed to realize their full potential and talents as every citizen of this country ought to be able to do. I thank you, sir.
Honourable member St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon, sir, to support this resolution before this Honourable House, to support the purpose for which the land that is the subject of this resolution is being put, to support the service organization, the work of the service organization who would have charge for the project that has to go forward, and to speak very quietly, sir, but hopefully clearly about the personal responsibility that we have as we raise our children in a world that is respectful and inclusive of those persons with disabilities. Even as we speak on this as a land resolution, as we might call it in this Honourable House, sir, I think that what we are doing here with regards to providing recreational facilities for children with disability or facilitating that project, I think, sir, it is about a bigger philosophy. And that is a bigger philosophy that speaks about the values we as adults must have as a country that is moving into the 21st century and the kind of values we must inculcate in our children. And I think that bigger philosophy has to do with respect, not only for the rights and the freedoms of people, but for access to facilities and the contributions that they can make. All of us, all Barbadians, persons with disability must be part of our all. Sir, when we talk about all being valued in Barbados, that being valued means, sir, that we have to recognize when it comes to persons with disabilities, we have to recognize ability above disability. It means, sir, that we have to make accommodations for persons with disability as a matter of course, not just as a matter of cause because somebody made noise about it, but as a matter of course, we have to bake it into the way we do things as a standard. Being valued as a person with disabilities in this country, and this is coming from a number of persons with disabilities with whom I have had interaction in this particular ministry as well as in my life outside of this honorable chamber, as well as in a previous ministry, where there was significant comment about the attitudes that people have towards persons with disability. Some of those attitudes that sometimes say that when somebody says they have a disability, we don't believe them. Attitudes that will sometimes treat persons with disabilities either as victims or as if they're heroes. Attitudes sometimes, sir, that see persons with disability as being people who need to be fixed rather than simply facilitated. And part of what we have to come to, even as we raise the philosophy and the values with which we go about education, is helping us to understand, helping our children to understand that values and people, all people being valued, has to consider these many things. Sir, I know I have a very short period of time, and I want to speak briefly about the Rotary Club of Barbados and the significant work that it has continued to do in education, working with persons with disabilities, as well as other aspects of education that are part of what we do. When it comes to disability, the Ministry of Education, we see disability in a very wide range. It's not just physical. It can also be intellectual. It can also be social and emotional. There are a number of different ways in which disability is defined in our environment. And sir, we have sought to move to increase the access to diagnostic tools for children within our school system who may be considered as having various types of disabilities. We have boosted the resources at Erdeston Teachers College as well. And with the help of the Rotary, for example, we have been able to put training in place for teachers in sign language and diagnosing those who have different disabilities that are intellectual and academic. Sir, even without the legislation being here right now, we, in fact, just last week, as I was speaking with the Education Technical Management Unit, that's the part of the Ministry of Education that works with building and repairs to school buildings, the infrastructure in general. What I have said to them is that going forward, Every single new structure we put in place must have baked into it the capacity for access to persons with disabilities. Sir, the Rotary has worked with the Ministry of Education for years and continued again during this year to work with diagnosing those students who have hearing challenges. And they partnered with the Steinbach family, bringing an additional part of the partnership together from the private sector to continue to do that. And sir, the work that was done by the Rotary and our partners, the Steinbach family and others, is significant because the majority of the students who were actually diagnosed with some type of hearing challenge, where we thought that it would be hearing aids or some other type of medical intervention required, what we discovered was that a significant part of that challenge was a buildup of wax in the ears. And so there were certain interventions that had to be made that were not medical and did not have to do with adding additional hearing aids or anything else. But because of the intervention they made with us in collaboration as partners, we were able to fix problems or at least address problems in an appropriate way without having to go further. And what I appreciate about the Rotary Club, particularly in the Steinbach family in this particular effort to work with persons with hearing challenges, is that they did not just do the diagnostic work, they went the full distance of providing any aids, hearing aids or other types of devices that were necessary, and they also paid for other medical interventions that were required. And so I want to say thank you, sir, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and the families of those children who will not get the chance to come in here, to say thank you to the Rotary Club of Barbados and the Steinbach. And I thought I needed to share some of these, sir, because the Rotary Club, which is the agency, the partner with whom we will be working in development of this recreational facility for persons with disabilities, I think we do not hear enough from others outside of them about the good work that they're doing in education. Sir, I could go on and I could tell you about the garden projects that the Rotary Club has done with us in Vauxhall and at West Terrace. I can tell you about the water tanks and the pumps that the Rotary Club has also donated, not only for use during the school term, but also for emergency situations. I could tell you, sir, about the sponsorship of scholarships for students in Barbados, full scholarships through university, full university degree for those who are in need, financially in need. I can also tell you, sir, about the devices, more than 132 plus and counting of devices that they have given to the students and the young people of this country through the Ministry of Education as we work towards online work. And of course, there's the AgriKids program, which works very nicely now with our food and nutrition policy, where it has worked with children from different schools across the country as it relates to food and nutrition, exercise, and of course, the ways in which they're able to get better access to equipment, etc. And so this project really just continues on the road that the Rotary has been when it comes to recognizing people who have need and being able to respond in an appropriate way and in a timely way to those needs. Sir, I grew up at a time in Barbados when persons with disabilities were not necessarily afforded the kind of respect that we now know better and are able to do better about. Sir, and I think as I have grown up, that we have some choices about how we behave. And I want to share here parts of what we are learning from students with disabilities and others about what hurts and what personal responsibility of adults and children alike, and teachers too, can certainly do for them. And I'm asking the question, when you see a person with disability, do you stare? When you see a person with disability, do you laugh or snicker? When you see a person with disability, do you speak negatively? When you see a person with disability, do you care or even give a second thought? Words and actions hurt and they matter. And I think that it is time that we as a society learn how to have a different conversation first with ourselves about how we perceive persons with disabilities, and also to have that conversation with persons with disability. You had one child who has a wheelchair, who's concerned that people tend to go and put their foot on the wheelchair, lean on the wheelchair, touch their equipment in ways that's not comfortable for them, but that they don't have the confidence to be able to say, stop that, don't do that, I don't like that. And we, in terms of personal responsibility, we too have to be able to speak up. But not just speak for people, because that too can be offensive. Get permission to speak on behalf of a person with disability. Do not assume that you need to jump in and be their hero. They, in fact, are capable of speaking up for themselves. And some of those microaggressions and those small ways in which we diss people are ways in which we think are healthy. But really and truly, they do some harm. There is one other lady with whom I worked who got tired of people saying, you sure you can really handle this project? The assumption was made that because of her disability, she needed help. Again, well-intentioned, but not necessarily appropriate in a situation. You offer help when you ask. As you would with any other person, you would not just jump in and assume that help is needed. And so there are many different ways in which we can exercise a personal responsibility in what we say, in what we do, in how we respond, in how we reach out in a way that's far more respectful. And in our education system, that has to be a part of how we educate our children to be respectful to all, not just by saying the words, but offering alternative responses that are far more constructive and respectful in working with persons with disabilities. Sir, the government will do its work, whether it's investing in land and giving access to facilities for persons with disabilities. The private sector will do their part. The Rotary and other service organizations will continue to do their part in treating fairly, respectfully, and equitably to persons with disabilities. But sir, if there is no other message here, it is that we also have a personal responsibility as to how we treat persons with disability, remembering that children will live what they learn, and what we as adults model is likely what they will emulate. Sir, with these few words, I thank you and I offer my support to this resolution.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by commending all speakers for how well and how eloquently they've spoken to this issue of the needs of people who have disabilities, and have spoken of the work of the Rotary. I stand today because one of the things I'm extremely passionate about is how are we going to find a way to build a society that is inclusive? How are we going to build a society that takes care of all, that provides for all? How can we build a society that works well, family level, community level, national level? And that means including those persons who live with disabilities. And to be able to build such a society requires, it is a process of time, is a process of dedication, it is a process of determination that is necessary in order for us to build a society that can adequately and properly take care of all of its members. And so I want to heartily commend the members of Rotary South. I have the privilege of being associated with them. I'm an honorary member. So I get to see firsthand the spirit. I get to see firsthand the dedication, the determination with which they seek to reach out and to do things that will affect national life. Sir, one of the things that has impressed me about this particular project has been mentioned by everyone so far, that it is about inclusive play. It is not about just providing a space for persons, children with disability to play. It is a space to integrate all children regardless of their abilities, to allow them to play together, doing a number of things. Not only providing children with what, as children, they should enjoy, play, fun, relaxation, enjoyment, but also providing a space in which children can learn the importance of loving and caring for each other regardless of what those differences may be, and to recognize that those differences are not a problem, that there's so much more to enjoy and engage because we are whole persons. And I see that same spirit of thinking beyond the obvious in how Rotary South plans its activities. For example, the Honourable Member for St. Philip West mentioned the Agro Kids program. And it wasn't just about, let's have a garden, let's teach children how to grow food. It was about providing them with the training and the knowledge about nutrition, about good eating habits, good exercise habits. Why? Because they saw this as a way to make an intervention in a population that has a very high level of NCDs, that has a culture of poor nutritional habits. The fact that cuckoo and flying fish could almost be supplanted by macaroni pie and fried chicken tells you that we are in danger. We are in danger. And therefore, it is important that an intervention made at the level of this next generation of children, that this is done to get them to develop new tastes and appreciate the foods that are best for them. And this Rotary South has done by partnering with the Ministry of Education, as was shared, to be able to make an intervention that will change a generation. But one of the things that warmed me so much about their passion, and it helped me to understand that this wasn't just something they were doing to tick off boxes. I'll never forget, Mr. Speaker, during the COVID, when we were scrambling for PPE, when we were scrambling for ventilators, when we were scrambling for masks, I got a call from my fellow Rotarians. Minister, can you help us? We want to provide the country with 10,000 masks, but we need to know where to go, who to speak with. Can you help us coordinate and organize? And sir, they were relentless, because at the time we were still trying to organize ourselves as a government, still trying to put things together, still trying to work out who will do what and so on. So it was really a little challenging at that stage for people who wanted to volunteer to fit into the program, because the programs were now being developed. But they were determined, they were dedicated, and it done. Stop there. They went on when we had the care packages. They pursued me again. We want to help pack and see if we can assist with the delivery. And they did that. They worked at some of the stations, and they were able to provide pack the packages that could go out to the homes that helped so many people. Now, sir, that kind of spirit is invaluable to a nation. That type of spirit is a spirit that will help transform a country, transform a community. And when I think about them, sir, There are people who are busy just like us. There are people who have problems of their own just like us. These are people who have positions of responsibility and work hard just like us. But the level of dedication that they show in seeking to address the issues, in seeking to raise the funds to make possible inclusive play, tells you that these are citizens of Barbados who see Barbados as important and who see solving our problems, our social problems, as important to them, that they have a responsibility to give back in an organized way. And I want to commend them highly for what they're doing, along with the other service clubs like the Lions and the Kiwanis, etc., that work tirelessly throughout the year to bring relief, to bring comfort, the Salvation Army, to bring comfort to our nation. Now, sir, if we could take that spirit and drop it into the Barbados Water Authority water system, and have every Barbadian get a good drink of the spirit of commitment, dedication, and determination, this country will be a different country. Sir, we will be able to solve the problems of keeping the environment clean, because people in their communities would get up and know that it's not just about sweeping inside the house, that they have to sweep outside and make sure outside is clean and put it away properly. If we could take this spirit of Rotary South and put it in the environment, this is what we could solve, this is what we could do. We could take better care of the elderly, take responsibility to look after the people who are related to us. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that when some families find it inconvenient to care for the elderly, they look around for somebody else to take responsibility for it. If we had the spirit of Rotary, where we take responsibility to look after what we are responsible for and then help, we would have less problems with care for the elderly. And the Rotary South has gone further than even just the inclusive play. They have a program called Helping Hands. And what Helping Hands does, it reaches out to the elderly in the community who need somebody to help them when they're shopping, because that's a big challenge for elderly people. When you are challenged with arthritis, you're challenged with health problems, to get to the supermarket. Then when you get to the supermarket, to have to get a trolley and try to work out how you're going to spend the little pension dollars. And then when you get out from the supermarket, no, you have to get home. How are you going to lift those bags? How are you going to get those bags home? It's a challenge. And so Rotary South has a program called Helping Hands that actually helps elderly people going into the supermarket and helping them select the stuff, get it in the cart, get them to the cashier, and get them out of the supermarket. Why? Because they understand the importance of giving back, and that all Barbadians have a responsibility to help address the issues which are happening within our community. If we had that spirit poured forth in all of our communities, and I'm not saying they're the only ones that have it, there are a number of people who help, but they're not enough. They need more. They need to be encouraged. They need to get to be organized, to be able to work better together. But we need more, because there's a selfishness that is beginning to creep into the Barbadian behaviors that was not there when I was a child. When I was a child, a community took care of itself. Nobody didn't pick up the phone to call a politician to tell them about garbage there on the corner. People in the community went and took care of that garbage and made sure that it was taken care of. So if we had more of that spirit of community, we would not have those types of issues. We would not have the issues of mental wellness. A lot of us don't understand that spirit of coming out on evenings on the step and talking and laughing and playing some dominoes and listening to each other share was the way how people maintained mental wellness. They had problems too. They had challenges and stresses. They had less resources and less options. But that spirit of community, that spirit of reaching out and sharing and seeking to do something about something when you see it, helps to make a difference. And we need to find a way, and I know that this is something that occupies our minds as government ministers. How are we going to help strengthen and rebuild the social fabric of Barbados? How are we going to rebuild the spirit of volunteerism? How are we going to encourage people to understand that you do not live onto yourself, but you are part of a community, and your success only occurs because a community is at work. If a community was not at work, there'd be no school. If a community was not at work, there wouldn't be any housing. There'd be no buses. We only live and move and have our being within that community setting, and all of us have to contribute to it. And I want to deeply congratulate the members of Rotary South and all other charitable organizations for the work that they're doing. And I want to encourage people, no matter how small, reach out and help and do something. And before I sit, I want to commend, I had a wonderful weekend, Mr. Speaker. I really did. Because I had so many of our people in St. James South out doing something. Cutting trees down around the school that were presenting a problem. They wanted something better for the children in the community. The same Agro Kids program, looking at, okay, how can we help them keep this going well? Can we clean it up so that the kids can get started again in terms of their agricultural project? That is what I was involved in this weekend, and so happy to see people contributing. But the sweetest thing to my heart was to hear that 3 retired professionals went to the school and said, we are coming to help with the reading program, with the agricultural program. We're going to help in terms of giving secretarial support to the principal so that she can continue to do the excellent work that she does at her school in West Terrace, so that our children can have the very best possible experience. That is what we need. And if we can do this right around this country of Barbados, this Barbados would grow, it would prosper, but more importantly, we will have stable, loving, secure communities which provide all of us with the opportunity to live their best life. So again, my congratulations to the Rotary South, and I thank them very much for the honorable work that they have done and will continue to do to transform this nation. I'm obliged to you, and thank you for the time.
Honorable member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for the privilege. I shall try to be as brief as possible because those other honorable members who have spoken earlier have really encapsulated much of what I wish to say, but I felt it extremely important that I make a few brief comments and observations in the hope that the policy and the legislation that is being worked on will be able to reach and look after the needs of thousands of Barbadians who really should come on board and help. We have always been a society of persons who will share and care, but I recognize over the past few years, many people have no interest because whatever is taking place is not impacting on them in the same way as if it were in their immediate families. And so I want at the outset to express my gratitude to the Honourable Minister who did the presentation this morning. It's one of the best that he has ever done. And I know that he's growing by leaps and bounds by the kind of commitment and dedication that he has to work with daily. But I'm sure that this one really took his heart, and he has been extremely expressive in his comments, and all of them made an educational step for each of us who are not as familiar as to the contents which he referred. And so I want at the outset to highly commend the Rotary Club South for its vision, and I know, and that has been said by a number of honorable members before, so I'm not going to repeat them, except to say that they are visionary, and I think it is most important that they start to look at facilities where those who are members of the disabled community will be able to get some kind of operational activities in the line of sports and socialization to add to what is in existence before. I also want to indicate, sir, that as a child growing up, so many thousands of our disabled children were kept indoors. They were hidden away because of stigmas, or they were touted from one step in the community to the other. People will put them to run all kinds of odd errands and make them feel less than important, while on the other hand, there were others who will nurture them. And I think that this nurturing component needs to continue, and let us remove the stigma and the discrimination that is being displayed, especially now that many of us who have come through the hornpipe, and for me the hornpipe is poverty, and have risen to a certain level, we have forgotten the bridges that we have crossed. We have forgotten from whence we have come, and we don't reach back into this society to be able to offer any service to anyone else because we have arrived. And I think that it is a nonsensical thing in the light that today we can be able and moving all over the place, and in another few seconds we can be disabled. I saw what came to be a circulation in the media of someone who got injured yesterday. And I'm sure that that person would have left home in good spirits and so on. But when I see his condition, it really took my heart apart. I have a feeling that that person may be disabled, but I know God still works miracles. And I pray for all individuals and families that would have been in any way impacted upon, because sometimes you do not know if the whiplash you get in an accident or from whatever fall there is, that you may end up becoming disabled because of injury to your back or your limbs or whatever. And so I think that this must be an inclusive approach from every household and every individual in this society when it comes to the education that is necessary to remove the stigma and discrimination, because none of us knows when it will step onto our doorstep or into our household. And we must be prepared to learn how to empathize, how to encourage, how to reach out, how to embrace, how to love, how to give kind words and comments to others, because we're all human beings and none of us has been made alike. Sir, otherwise I'll be as handsome as you if I were a man. And the Honourable Member for St. Philip West will be as beautiful if such could happen. And so we must take the good that God gives us and work with it to be able to let others see we appreciate humankind. Today, Mr. Speaker, we know people in Ukraine are shunting from corner, from pillar to post to save their own lives. We have been hearing of all these incidents where there are mass shootings and killings, and so we in Barbados, we have our challenges, and they empathize and sympathize with those families that have been impacted upon. But you never know when you might be in your motor car, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, and somebody shoots at somebody crossing in front of you, and you get that bullet in your back or in your shoulder, automatically it impacts on your health and you may become disabled, God forbid. So I'm saying this is a time when we need to come together as a people and embrace the aged, the disabled, those who are mentally challenged. So many other things are happening, and COVID has added to our challenges as well as the freak storm and the tropical storm Elsa. But none of us is safe. And therefore, we have to learn how to love and to share and to empathize and to do all the other things. Praise people despite whatever level they are from in society. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of those who are disabled, put aside those from accidents and all that, children born with disabilities, thousands of them are poor people's children. And I had the wonderful experience while in the classroom to work with about 3 or 4 of them. And I remember in 1975 when I was pregnant, one teacher said to me, "How you manage with him in front of you?" This child was so challenged. He saw me downtown one day and he didn't know it was me from the back, and he said, "Psst." And I looked back and said, "Roger." "Oh, Miss Ford, I'm sorry." He was such a wonderful child, but the disability and people shunted him, pushed him one side. Another little girl was born with this cleft palate. And the first day she came to school, the schoolyard was blocked, the schoolyard where I worked. And she came to my class at nursery, well, we call it reception at that time. And I ordered every parent off the compound because they came to see this little ugly challenged child. Today, she's one of the best singers, Mr. Speaker. But I can't say if you get married again. But for those of us like the Honourable Member for St. John who's unmarried, and for myself, and I can't see any others, I'm Madam Deputy Prime Minister, she would sing the most beautiful song at her wedding or any activity in a concert. The same child who people came and laughed at and cheered, I ordered them off the school's premises, Mr. Speaker, so I know what not the principal, because I understood the pain and the anguish of the family. And the last thing she did before she left the school, I'm not going to call her name, is to say to the child whose name was closest to her in the alphabetical order for the common entrance, when you're writing out your forms, I want for my mommy to see so that I can write the same schools as you, that at least when I get to secondary school, there is somebody in the school who knows me that would not jeer and insult and criticize me. That was such a touching, moving comment, Mr. Speaker. She did go to a very good school and she did well. And I'm saying it is because of the inclusive approach from that little school there in countryside in St. Thomas, where everybody embraced her and made sure that she became and acted as a normal child, normal in the sense that she did not have that particular challenge. And so I believe that as a people overall in Barbados, we need to step back. Suppose the baby that the person is carrying happens to be born with a disability. Suppose it goes in the yard and plays and falls and hits its head, and that child becomes disabled in some way or have educational deficits. You do not know, you never know. So we must all as a people learn to respect and appreciate and encourage, love, uplift, and all the other positive things, because we never know until the shoe gets on our foot. I want, Mr. Speaker, as well to say that the costs for these very poor people meaning like how my mother would have been with all those children, and how many families in Barbados would have been. They had food to eat. Nobody can dispute that. But most of us were half naked, little clothing. In those days, one pencil had to be cut in three to serve 3 children. Nowadays, children have 6 and 8 pencils in their bag. Some they can't even write anyhow. They can't spell P and pen or pencil. But that is as the story was. And I want to say, sir, the costs to raise children and others who have challenges of that nature is prohibitive for most families. And that is why I am happy that the National Disabilities Unit has enshrined in its mandate the opportunity to help with assistive devices that will help those who have disabilities to be able to go to the next level. So grab bars, because not all young children are able to walk on their own or to step into the bathroom or to go up the stairs. So the disabilities unit helps with those. Wheelchairs, walkers, canes for walking and so on. And it's not only the disabilities units, Mr. Speaker, sir, because the Salvation Army and Prison Fellowship and the Wheelchair Association and others are there in the vanguard helping out, because not all of them will have to pay. There are agencies in the international arena that donate to be able to help poor people to get that wheelchair they might have been waiting for 10 and 15 years. And therefore we need to bring in those private entities on boards and recognize the outstanding contribution that they are paying towards helping those within our society who have got whatever deficits there are, and they're not able to reach their potential unless they are offered those kinds of services. Of equal importance is transportation. And if I can't get a bus to come to the community where I live, what about the disabled, whom a lot of people don't really look at or consider to be in need? So sometimes they can get a bus in the morning to bring them to school, but then in the evening it is so difficult. And that is why I am a strong supporter of the government assisting. And I know that there has been some funds in the budget when, just before I left the ministry, for a specially designed bus to facilitate those children, because there's no point in taking them to school for 1 week. And then the next week, the bus has to treat to another group of persons. And then those children are losing out on the free education that is being offered. There are about 6 to 8 of the schools across the island. I cannot mention all of them because I don't want to prolong this session. But many of them, parents have to pay for the private tuition. I know that the Learning Center is there, has been doing an excellent job all along. Challenger School would have been there from the time I was a little girl. And if you see some of the things that have been prepared, the items, Mr. Speaker, I've got an ironing board, and it has lasted me for about 15 years from the Challenger School. I've got an easel that can be opened up, that my grandchildren use, and they gave us gifts as well from the Challenger School. I have bought a couple of items at a specially organized market over at the Disabilities Unit a couple of months ago. And I bought a stand that I can put wine on. I bought necklaces and little handpieces that I have been wearing all along. I bought glass cases. I bought so many things, and vegetables and fruit and seedlings that they have been planting as part of what they are doing within those schools and those environments. We've got the Derek Smith location over in St. Michael. And of course, we've got the School for the Blind. We've got the Irving Wilson. We've got the Ann Hill schools. Other schools are helping. Sadly, the Albert Graham Center, that has been put on the table for upgrades. That too does an excellent job with the diagnoses of the children and so on. But of course, again, poor people have to wait on those facilities because they don't have the cash or the wherewithal to be able to pay for the services. And that is something that we have to balance out. And I know that there has been discussion within recent times for that kind of facility to be made available for the continuity. I heard, because this is now about 25 years that we have had meetings with them when I was in education with the Honourable Prime Minister as Minister of Education. And we have had meetings to see how the mergers can happen. And I understand there has been some communication within recent times so that the Albert Graham Center can be managed and run alongside the Ministry of Education to be able to give a better deal to those individuals and groups that require them for their diagnoses, for the testings, for the various things that have to happen. And I know that there are quite a number of medical personnel who donate most of their times to be able to help out. I didn't ask your permission, so I will not call the name of anyone in that respect, because I don't want to create jealousies, and then I didn't call this person's name, I called the next. And that is really not what this opportunity here this evening, sir, is about. But I believe that housing for them has to be looked at more critically. I talked about the education already, and I know the Ministry of Education has been granting them some scholarships to be able to help them continue at Challenger School. If they go to Challenger School and they be 16 years, their 16 years is not comparable perhaps at times with the 16 years of those who are in secondary, who will get another year for free to be able to do over some CXCs, or to be able to write them, or to be able to pursue some skills training. But those children then have to be paid for still, and I'm glad that the Ministry of Education at one point made sure that every year in the estimate, the Challenger School and those other schools would have been given some kind of subvention to keep them above board, so that particularly poor people's children can get the opportunity to continue to excel. There's no more any Barbados I will wish to be in where people like those with disabilities have to be shunted to bring a bucket of water for anybody, or to go out the shop and buy something, and that is all the purpose they did. Or some of them at school walking around with a book to take the teacher's attendance, or to carry the alcohol from one class to the next. We need to change the culture if we have not gone beyond it, because, sir, I'm no longer in the school system, but I hear a lot, and I know a lot, and I would wish for us to treat them with the dignity that is required because they too are human beings and not responsible for the situation or the plight that they may be experiencing in this society. I must say, however, and I was very proud last year, I attended an activity, or no, it was 2020, and the only PTA that went to the gymnasium to discuss how they would handle the COVID-19 pandemic was the strongest one with those of parents of children with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I was so proud. The Honourable Minister then, now the Deputy Prime Minister, sir, she was at that session, and I'm sure that she too was proud because few of our schools' PTAs are functioning, but that of those children with disabilities was the one that took the top. And I highly commend those parents, and I encourage those parents and teachers and guardians, continue to work with those children. They need it now more than ever with the kinds of challenges that our children and parents are facing. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that this resolution, for me, is profound. And to see it coming on the heels of the kind of discussion that took place last week, with the legislative approach that will be put on the table and sometime coming soon, that blessed my heart more than anything else. But I want for us as a people, not just the government, the private sector, and the agencies such as the entity of which we speak now, the Rotary Club South and others, I want them to come on board because too many of our disabled are living in poor housing conditions. And if you don't have a back step, but you have some impediment with your foot, you need to have a proper step. You need to have a retrofitted bathroom in which you can roll your wheelchair or your night chair, whatever the name of the equipment is that they have to use in that bathroom to be able to be a little more comfortable and to meet and to have the necessary needs achieved. We need the equipment, we need the health services, we need the schooling, the recreational activities as have been mentioned here, and we also need for those, the transportation as well as for traffic. I am all in favor of the upgrade of sidewalks. I'm more so in favor at this time because I know there has been some advancement within the past few months and some parking spaces have been made available in Bridgetown. I say kudos to those who have been an integral part of it. But I want some traffic lights to be able to give a sound, particularly where the disabilities unit is, and where the other facilities in St. James, where the learning center is, and so on. Put them up so when the disabled have to cross the street, those who can hear will hear, those who can see the countdown. But if you just have the green and the blue, and some motorists don't pay attention to that anymore anyhow, because this is the first time in my life of driving more than 50 years that I see people drive through red lights in Barbados. And if the disabled have to be crossing with their wheelchairs or with their walkers or walking sticks, and the person is coming at heavy speed, we know what other injury can take place. And so I highly recommend those traffic lights, I don't know what you call them, but the ones that will make a sound so that those who can hear will be able to know it is time to cross. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've ever seen them together as a group, but the love and affection that we see displayed among them, the camaraderie among those who are disabled is higher and superior to even some of us in here in this honorable chamber. And I think that there's a profound thing to happen because they know when we are a smaller group and we don't have the facilities or we don't have the kind of support that is necessary, so they're band together well, and it makes a tremendous difference. And many of us in this Barbados, of the thousands of people that are here, we can take a leaf out of the book of those disabled when they are together. They try to help each other sometimes when they cannot even help. And that is the kind of mentality that needs to be nurtured among us who consider ourselves to be ordinary people, so we can reach out and touch and help each other to be able to overcome some of the barriers that we will face in life. Mr. Speaker, I remember with distinct happiness when the All Saints Primary School was built. The old school is still there nearest to the church. And one of the things behind what the Ministry of Education was doing then is looking at mainstreaming children. There are children who may have deficits in English, but are sharp when it comes to the mathematics, and vice versa, and a number of other areas. And that school was specially built and designed for children who had challenges in, or late developers, let me say, in mathematics. They will join the regular English class, or whichever class. And when it came to the mathematics, they will be assigned to the teachers and in the different classes so that they could be able to improve on their education. I don't know if another school in Barbados has been built since then to be able to do that mainstreaming, but that is extremely important at this time. I know the New Horizon School is being restructured to facilitate other late developers. Not all of us develop in the same way. And therefore, it is critical that an overall outlook must be made in order for us to be, it must be introduced, I should say, in order for us to make provision for those persons who have challenges in the same way. I note as well that a former president here of the other place, sir, would have been, in our time in primary school, there were no facilities at Combermere then to facilitate any person with disabilities in the same way. And the school was retrofitted. And then we saw other schools having bathrooms where children can reel in the wheelchairs. We didn't have those before. We have seen ramps being installed in almost, and that is the way we should go. We don't have to wait for the person in the international arena to do it. We know what our needs are. We have to get with it and make sure that every citizen in this country, poor or rich, black or white, whatever the situation, that access is given to everybody. So that inclusive approach, sir, bless my heart. When the honorable member from the Senate at that time, the president, was given that privilege, and I'm sure that there are hundreds of other children who have had that opportunity to go there. My concern at this time still, however, I've spoken with the Honourable Minister of Education, but we had quite a large number of teachers who were trained at the Mount St. Vincent University, master's degrees in, I will tell you the exact name it was called. It wasn't to do, it was to do with training to deal with gifted persons. So it dealt with children who were really very sharp and bright and could do or excel in areas before they reached the 10-year-old or 11-year-old for common entrance or whatever, or children who were really slow and late developers. And the Mount St. Vincent program, the master's degree, I am hurting still because some of those teachers are still in the system, but another administration before ours assigned them to become principals. You need specialized teachers, or teachers to specialize in areas where the expertise, the knowledge and skills they have can be used in the area. That's why I like the concept of a master teacher. Increase the salary a bit so that that teacher can get the opportunity to rise in the system. But you cannot blow off. There were 40 at that time, and there was a plan that every year the numbers will be increased to facilitate those children who have not challenges as such, but who were gifted or who were late developers. That stopped, and I hope that the Honourable Minister with her team will start looking at it again if it has not been restarted, because it's very critical at this time. And if I specialize in the area, Mr. Speaker, don't move me to any head teacher, build up my salary or whatever resources there are to put me at a level to be able to live and enjoy life in the way that I would love to, having been trained and being specializing in that area. That is another spot in our system that we have made some retrograde steps. And therefore, it does not mean because a child may develop late that it will not excel. Because when you look for carpenters and masons and plumbers and artisans of all kinds, artists and artists, sometimes those children who may have had some form of disability or who have disabilities excel better. So if you would give me permission though, sir, I would like to call Patrick Ford from St. George's name. You have probably, sir, seen him break dancing and so on his palms because he has no legs. He is one of the best upholsters you could ever want in Barbados. There are some students who have had challenges that operate from the School for the Blind. These cane chairs, Mr. Speaker, not mine. I haven't got the privilege, the honorable member for St. James North, and so those cane chairs, that is what our forefathers did. Few people were doing any cane chairs because raw time came into style in your young time, sir. But those persons at the blind workshop are caning the chairs that we know. We have some in the museum, some all over Barbados. It's a powerful thing. They make mops, Mr. Speaker, high-level mops as part of their training. And therefore, I want to say, yes, there is a place in our hearts, but in our society, to embrace persons who are there is a term that we said we didn't want to be using. Not disabled? You don't want to use disabled? Oh, they don't want to use differently able because that was a North American or some other style, but we are copycats. I know disabled, and sometimes we say challenge too, and people understand what we are saying. So the disabled, they're the ones who get who have challenges, but some of them have excellent skills. And if we continue to work with them in the area of sports, drama, whichever area that they excel in, we can see some of the best of them coming to the level. Some can play cricket better than you or I, sir. I can play cricket too. I can play hit it, of course. But I'm saying bat and ball, whatever you call it, some of them are excellent at that. I have been with them when there was a march, something to do with walking down on Spring Garden. And when I saw them on their bicycles and how fast they were moving, Mr. Speaker, I really envied them because I can hardly pedal, as you would know. Disabled now because of age and so on. But I saw those young men and women, many of them were running and they could run faster than you and I and the honorable member for St. James North, because I don't know if he can run anymore. But those disabled were working it out and they had a jolly good time. One guy said to me, Miss, I used to change house tops. And one evening I went up on top of a house top, a guy from St. Andrew. And when I went on top of that house top, I looked over at the horizon, the sunset. He said that when I looked back, I could see absolutely nothing. He went totally blind. But you know what he's doing, Mr. Speaker? He is coaching the guys down in St. Andrew in sports and doing an excellent job as well. And I'm saying you might lose it in one hand, but God blesses you in another hand that you can improve and show your worth. You don't have to be out there cursing God and wanting to know what people treat you like that for. Go on and move on because you know you are loved and you're cared for by others. And unless we who believe that we're able-bodied reach out and touch them, it is not going to give them any comfort at all. And I want to say before I close, most of the children who have got those challenges, who are poor people's children, those parents work with those children, Mr. Speaker. You know them. You have some in your constituency day and night. Sometimes you can't even touch them with your finger. They are so precious to them, and why not? They are their children. But sometimes, too, they need some respite care. I had a parent from Jackson who had 3 challenged children, and I do not know how she made it, but she would bring them to school every morning panting, and go back down and come back every evening panting. And she will try to meet all their needs, as poor as she was or is. She's still alive, I must tell you. As poor as she is, she worked with those children day and night. We need to find some kind of program, some kind of facility where others could go in and look after those children and help to care for them at least for a weekend. Let them go to a hotel or let them go somewhere where they can just be away from it because it can wear down, and it's mostly mothers who do it. Oftentimes, there are fathers who don't even look at the children to give them a dollar bill because they believe that is some curse or something, or that child isn't mine because my mother didn't have any challenged children. Not my father or anybody in my family, so I ain't giving you a blank cent. And those parents have to be working with those children day and night in their impoverished environments because this is the child as a mother that I have carried in my womb. And I want more males to come on board and work with those families to give them that opportunity to offer the best quality care to the children that God has lent them. Some children people can't get any children at all, Mr. Speaker, and you would know. Some women can't get a child despite whatever they try. Some men can't have a child despite whatever they try. But when you have a child, whether it's a normal child in your eyes or a child with a disability, you still have to love and care for it even more than the one that is normal. And so I take my hat off to those parents, and I encourage those organizations and entities that offer prizes for Valentine's Day. And so see how you can offer prizes through someone who will come and offer that kind of care, that the caregiver can get that respite moment to be able to catch themselves to go the next mile. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say, before I close, there are big challenges at our day nurseries for persons with challenges. I have a little boy now I'm grappling with to see how best he can get into school, because he's not fully toilet trained, but he had new school clothes to go to a school in Barbados this term. And he was sent back home after the first day or so. The teacher said, I know how to handle you. And the parent came to me and said, help me please. So I've made a little call, and I've asked them to please examine it. How in the name of sweet Jehovah, poor parents can go and buy new school clothes, school uniforms to match the school, scrunting, and probably got the money from welfare too. And then you're told, carry it back home. There has to be some way that that child and other children of that kind can be facilitated. Otherwise, for me, it is stigmatization. And if I could teach the 3 or 4 or 5 children in my teaching career and work with them, put on gloves and help them, hold some of them and plait their hair, do whatever, because the parents were happy for the help. How do you, in 2022, send back home a little boy who cannot manage because he's not fully toilet trained, but he's wearing the pamper now, and then say, we can't manage it here, child, go back home? Well, I didn't know that the body had sent him home, go to school though. Anyhow, that will be dealt with otherwise, Mr. Speaker. I won't waste any time on that. I finally want to say, sir, Barbados is the most recent, it's an independent country, thank God. And in the next few days, we shall be celebrating. And of course, for me, it's the newest republic in the Commonwealth. But we cannot be excluding anybody. All must be embraced. Everybody should get the privileges to be able to live in a house where they can rest themselves, they can have a proper sleep. They must be able to have food on their table. They must be facilitated at school and in the health institutions. And now, thankfully, the Rotary South is helping with the recreational activities that they require to help to build their limbs and to give them that opportunity to be joyful and happy and to feel that they are somebody, because they have the same feelings as all of us. And when they are shunted aside, they go melancholy. We need to continue to work with them and give these young people that opportunity. And so, sir, I want to also add, we can build in our tourism those guide dogs. Guide dogs. I know that there has been some talk about it recently, but there are so many people who would love to come to Barbados that are blind or visually impaired, let me say it that way, who would come to Barbados and help to build our tourism. But there, as far as I had been told when I was investigating a year or 2 ago, and people wrote to me, they have not been allowed to bring in their guide dogs with them. The guide dogs are what they have to use to be able to move from one point to the other. And therefore, that is something that we as a developing nation and republic must acknowledge and try to see how we can put protocols in place for that to happen. I know they will have to go through immigration and the Ministry of Health and all that, but it is something that we can examine in order for us to make it happen and let Barbados be the location that is well admired and respected. My final comment, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to do with unemployment. Unemployment for them is extremely high. The honourable member from St. James North may have mentioned that before. And I want to laud those ministries in the government sector that has employed persons with disability, because I know that the People Empowerment Ministry has, at least 3 members I can speak of. I know that the Ministry of Labor has got a driver who has got his own challenge, but he is the driver messenger. That is the kind of thing we want to see happening. How would you or myself as an individual feel? Where I know I have the skill to drive, it's an automatic car. My left foot might be the one that has the challenge. And I still cannot get a job to feed my family. And therefore, that is an example that the government has set. There are some private entities that are hiring people as well. And therefore, I think it is important that overall, the business sector as well, look to see how best they can embrace and employ persons with disabilities, because it may be one hand that is withered. The next one can still operate the computer, because all I can do, Mr. Speaker, with my little stuff, whatever, because let's say, touch with my right hand. But if my left hand is withered, I may not be able to do it, but I can still produce in the job. I've seen people who try to pull down things off shelves from in their own homes with the same right hand that is good, and the left hand, then they hold it there and hold it closer to the bosom. We need to give people a chance. And unless we take that step, we cannot go any further. So, and therefore, sir, I want to highly commend everyone and to let those parents and guardians not be weary in serving their own. Do not be weary in doing it. The blessings do not come from mankind. You will get more curses than blessings from mankind, but the blessings come from Almighty God. And that is blood of your blood and flesh of your flesh. If the child is so far gone with the disabilities, there are some that the child care board. And the care that they get, Mr. Speaker, you would know, is beyond what we will do in our own homes. And I can understand that. But most of those parents still visit that institution and look after their children. Just to be there for them and to go back and tell the rest of the family, I saw Mary Jane today and she was looking and winking and smiling. Can't talk. Or any of the other institutions, for that matter, where those children will be, because their condition is so far gone, or so to the extent where the families don't have the resources or the wherewithal to work with them in homes, in their own home, and therefore they have to be in the institutions. I highly commend those workers who work with them and make sure that they get the opportunity to still be able to go forward. And I encourage this government, sir, this progressive government that I am a part of, and I'm proud to be here, to continue to see how we can add to what is happening already to make the difference. I've got photographs, Mr. Speaker, of persons who have come to different locations, especially that ministry that we are in, and they are parking in those 3 reserved disabled spots. Able-bodied men and women. I haven't had the chance yet, because if I go back there any day at all, and I see them, I'm going to put them in the media. Because Barbadians have to learn respect, rules, and regulations. Because when a disabled person visits the ministry, wherever that ministry is, and that person cannot find somewhere to park, then, because some of them are drivers, then they now have to be looking all around and have to try to, in some way, to get back to where they are going. It is wrong. If I were disabled, I would want to be able to get that power. If you, sir, were disabled, you would want to be able to get that facility, so it makes it easier for you to get out of your wheelchair and to go on the ramp and to go wherever on the island it is. But unfortunately, some of our people are selfish, they are disrespectful, they are deaf as to what the rules and regulations are. And it is not just ordinary people either, Mr. Speaker, sir. There are some people who walk around with a collar and tie, have no manners, care about nobody by themselves, because suddenly they have arrived. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I say it about me, not about you. They have come out of the hornpipe like me. Poverty, but excellent parents and neighbors and others teaching us to respect each other, whether you're old, disabled, young, mentally ill, or whatever. And I am hurting to see how my society has changed with people who have had free education but have not shown me that they have common sense to go with it. And it is so sad. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I highly commend the Rotary Club Trust South for the plan for us to get the recreational facility done so that our persons with disability and others can use those facilities because the disabled children don't want to play by themselves. They need children who are able-bodied.
The honourable member has 1 more minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so. I just want to close by saying we're on the eve of independence. Let us see how we can dispel of those negatives and work towards destroying those stigmas that we have developed and try to be more inclusive with what we do, remove that stigma and discrimination from our landscape, and to show patience, love, respect, tolerance, empathy, affection, hope, and offer service, because at the end of the day, none of us knows what holds for us when we leave this institution. We too may become disabled, and what would we like for ourselves? So people to push us in the corner and discriminate against us, or for persons to embrace us and help us to be able to understand they care, they love us, and then we can go to the next level. And so, sir, I wish to highly commend the Honourable Minister for Housing and Lands for bringing this resolution, and I want to commend all those institutions, whether public or private, wherever in Barbados or the world, that sends in the donations and so on, to say how grateful we are as a people for whatever services are being offered. And I wish, sir, to thank you for giving me the privilege. God bless you.
Honourable member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I almost used the word finally for your acknowledgement, but I am thankful nonetheless. I also need to procure a pair of glasses. I want to begin my contribution, though, by speaking to the role of civil society in our country's development. I am not sure that as a country, I'm not speaking now in terms of government, but as a country, I'm not sure if we are as appreciative as we ought to be for the work that is being put into nation building by the many civil society organizations around the country. I separated the country from government only because in the lead up to the 2018 election, there was an appreciation expressed and ultimately documented in relation to the fact that we needed to pay special attention. And coming out of all of that, for the first time in our nation's history, the head of government made a decision to designate a portfolio assignment for third sector. And I think I ought to just say briefly, based on everything that I keep hearing, including speaking to some members of the diaspora just on Sunday evening at a church service to celebrate our independence. The third sector is non-public sector, non-private sector, civil society, organizations, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, service clubs. These organizations constitute the third sector. And this government, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, used the term enlightened, and it is a term I agree with. This government and the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast understood that government had to pay particular attention, not by the way attention, not tangential attention, but this government had to pay particular attention to the work, to the role, and to the involvement of the third sector, civil society organizations generally. And that is what we did. We recognize that civil society organizations, third sector organizations, are involved in a wide range of activities. They're involved in healthcare, health education particularly, and many of them came out of the lived and real experience of persons. So you will find a person, I'll share an example that I know would be accepted by those involved. And that is because the persons involved have a strong connection to St. Peter. And I refer to the now late president of the Barbados Cancer Society, who was buried at St. Peter's Parish Church just a couple of months ago. But her starting of the Barbados Cancer Society came out of a reality. She and her husband lived just to the east of where I now live, in Rosehill. And her husband succumbed, unfortunately, to cancer. And out of that experience was born the Barbados Cancer Society. As a matter of fact, I think there is a proposal now to rename the building in Culmarock, yes, after both late husband and wife. A government, a public service cannot replicate the passion that comes from persons who have lived a reality and are now fighting to ensure that persons do not necessarily have to go through or experience what they have experienced. Civil society and third sector organizations are also very often closer to the issues than public officers are. And I'm speaking to third sector organizations and the public sector only because the private sector comes from a different place. The private sector is made up of for-profit organizations so that the main consideration is the survival of the business and the making of a profit. Now, many of those, I shouldn't say many, some private sector organizations have corporate social responsibility approaches, but corporate social responsibility is not the same as the passion and the approach that comes from a third sector organization, a civil society organization, or an enterprise that is now included in what is referred to as the social and solidarity economy. And so the passion comes from exposure to or having been impacted by challenges in relation to health. There are also third sector organizations that are into education more generally. There are those that are involved in community development, sports clubs. The Honourable Member for St. John is very familiar with many of those. Developing communities through homework activity, through sporting activity, general community development activity. And then there are those third sector organizations who are concerned with poverty alleviation, the provision of care, the provision of material assistance to persons in communities, persons who are less fortunate. My ministry, along with the ministry then headed by the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, had the privilege of working with third sector organizations in the aftermath of Hurricane Elsa last year. And what we were able to accomplish with the assistance of the third sector organizations, particularly the faith-based organizations and service clubs, we would not have been able to do without their active involvement. And so, Mr. Speaker, I share these things because what we debate today is not a new thinking by a third sector organization. It is what they do by their very nature. It is what they're set up to do, and those who are involved, it is what they have the passion to do. Now, The goal of nation building, developing a society, is one that is the purview of all of us, those in this honorable chamber and many outside of this honorable chamber. A government's responsibility is to make sure that we are going in the right direction, that there is no anarchy, that we are not working at cross purposes, that at the end of the day, we are all working together to uplift our communities, to uplift our people, and to make sure that every person in our families, in our communities, and in our nations are able to participate in that work of self-development, community development, and national development. The idea, therefore, of inclusiveness is one that ought to come very, very naturally. And I agree with the sentiment of the Honourable Member for St. James North when he said that we are not providing some favor. I think he used the word handout, but I prefer to use the word favor. We are not doing persons with disabilities a favor. We are doing what is right. There are no favors that we as a government or anybody in the country are offering to persons with disabilities. If we got to the point where we were doing them favors or going out of our way to do something to help them, we would be implicitly acknowledging or making a determination that there are some who are privileged and there are others who we need to have some kind of outside approach to. I submit, Mr. Speaker, that a person with a disability is as much a member of the society as a person without a disability. And so, whatever a country does to uplift its citizens must include every citizen. It must include every citizen. And so, government, as it approaches this matter of inclusion, does, however, recognize that not everybody believes what I just said. There are some who believe that, you can go down the road and if you have a little time, you can bring along some others, those who are not as privileged. And that comes out of an entitlement mentality. And there are people like that. And so government has a responsibility to do a number of things. This government has done, I'm just going to maybe mention about 2 or 3. We are in the process, so this is not done, but we're in the process of creating a legislative framework that will allow for the proper development of our third sector. There is a challenge in the world where, because of, and you are familiar with the terms, the whole matter of terrorist financing and all of those kinds of flows, bad people have been using these organizations to further their nefarious ends. And what has happened as a result is that organizations like the EU, the OECD, and some of these regional blocs and multilateral organizations have been very strong in terms of the rules that are brought to bear on third sector organizations. They have to jump through a whole lot of hoops to get anything done. And that is because, as I said before, there has been some misuse of these organizations, so that not every organization that promotes itself as operating legitimately in the space really does so. Now, I'm not sure that there are any nefarious ones in our country, within our jurisdiction, but that is the way it is internationally. And so Barbados has to bear the weight. And so what we are doing, attempting to do as a government, is to establish a framework that will allow for a certain level of government involvement to underpin the legitimacy of our third sector organizations. So some level of review, some level of government understanding what is happening within organizations, so that when we say this organization is a legitimate organization, the international community can feel a level of satisfaction that we have done some due diligence, we have a continuing monitoring, and that our word can be taken. The intention is not to take away the autonomy of these organizations or to say to organizations what they can or cannot do, but to act as almost a neutral third party that can vouch for the organizations. The idea also is within that legal construct or that framework to allow for an understanding of what government assistance, and I'm referring now to fiscal assistance, what government assistance could look like. Now I'm saying fiscal assistance because many people associate the word incentives with bad speech. And there are those who do not believe that we should be given incentives. So I'm using the term fiscal assistance. A government has a responsibility to help organizations that need assistance and to get them to a point where they don't have to rely on government assistance. And many of our third sector organizations are small and will need some hand-holding. But Mr. Speaker, I submit to you and to this chamber that they deserve the hand-holding because of the work that they do. Many of these organizations are small, 1, 2, 3, 4 persons who have full-time jobs, but who are devoting their time to helping our community in some sphere of endeavor. A government has a responsibility to help these organizations along. Our ministry and our government has also been providing over the last, I would say, 3 years. COVID slowed us down for a bit, but our ministry and this government has been providing capacity building. We have trained many persons involved in the third sector, in management, governance, we call it governance, and we've trained in financial management. We've also done some training for third sector organizations in proposal writing. And I want to thank, well, I will thank, I don't just want to, I will thank UNDP for their assistance, and I also thank the International Labour Organization's regional office, sub-regional office in Trinidad for their assistance as well. And they have been kind to us and have determined that they would partner with us in delivering this capacity building to these organizations that need it. Our government also reached out to third sector organizations to include them in the governance of the country. We established the Social Justice Committee, and the Social Justice Committee is made up of representation from the private sector, from trade unions, and from the third sector, civil society organizations. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that both organizations representing persons with disabilities are members of the Social Justice Committee. And as such, when there is significant legislation, we approach ministers, members of cabinet, so that we can have an opportunity, the Social Justice Committee can have an opportunity to weigh in on the development of these policy positions that will become legislation or policy documents in the future. And the Honourable Member for St. James North indicated that the commission that he leads did meet with the Social Justice Committee, and they also met separately with faith-based organizations, even though faith-based organizations are members of the Social Justice Committee, but there was we made a special request for a meeting with faith-based organizations. And so, Mr. Speaker, I share these to indicate to us that we have been working with third sector organizations, we have been working with civil society, recognizing that they are legitimate partners in this business of developing our country. In this case, and in the instant matter before this honorable chamber, we are talking about providing land so that a project for inclusive play can be provided, and that will allow for access by all persons, including persons with disabilities, particularly children. And I want to say that this runs in tandem with the Council's long-standing program called Fully Accessible Barbados. And I had the opportunity to, in my own small way, in the organization that I helped to lead at the time, to help to promote the idea of fully accessible Barbados. It became real to me. And Mr. Speaker, I want your permission to call an organization's name because of the experience that I got from that organization. Caribbean Catalyst was the name. And I was invited, along with others, to attend an event called Enter My World. And this event, Enter My World, was one where persons who were considered as not having disabilities were paired with persons living with disabilities. And I was paired with a lady who operated in a wheelchair. She had mobility challenges, and so she used a wheelchair. Mr. Speaker, I realized on that day, in the rooms, in the lobby, and in the rooms, some meeting rooms at the Hilton, I realized that I took a lot of things for granted. I realized that the ability to walk caused me not to be aware of inclines. I became aware when I had to roll myself in a wheelchair. I became aware of door openings. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you roll yourself and you hit your knuckles on a door jamb, the stars that you see makes you very, very aware of door spaces and the need to be careful in navigating. And so the width of door spaces became something that I am always on the lookout for, even though I'm not in a wheelchair, because I realize that it can be a particular challenge. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas spoke about persons who all of a sudden, let's say as a result of an accident, become incapacitated, have to use a wheelchair. They have not grown up as children in a wheelchair. Their lives have completely changed. As a government and as a country, we have to be more sensitive to those persons who are living with disabilities. We have to be more sensitive. And I'm not sure if there was a repeat of that day's activities, but I highly recommend that all persons who are involved in policy making at the national level, in other words, all of us, have a session like that. I remember, Mr. Speaker, the then general manager of the Barbados Hilton being paired with a person who was visually impaired. And after about 2 hours, asked for the blindfold to be taken off because he felt as though he was about to go mad. And he was absolutely serious about it. He felt as though he would go mad. because he wasn't sleeping. He was up, awake, but he could see nothing. He had to be led, he had to feel his way, and it started to play on his mind. We have to be sensitive, to be more sensitive, or to be sensitive to persons living with disabilities. Fully Accessible Barbados is a program that calls for access in all areas. We heard earlier about access to schools, and yes, I agree with the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. The All Saints Primary School is in my constituency, and that primary school caters for persons with learning deficits, and it does it as part of a wider school, part of a very successful school, I may add. Successful academically, successful in sports, successful in a wide range of extracurricular activities. And so children in the All Saints, in the special unit, as a matter of fact, the class is not identified as a special unit. The class takes the name of the teacher, like all other classes. So if I were teaching that class would be 1 Jordan, or 1 Ford, or maybe even 1 Holder, as a former teacher yourself. And so even the naming of the class helps with the idea of including these young people, these students, as part of the school population, and helps, yes, to remove some of the stigma that would otherwise be associated with persons who some people feel are so different that they have to be treated in some strange kind of way. And so that approach, that inclusive approach, that approach of having access to places, access to spaces, access to education, access to social activity, that idea of full access is one that as a country we must embrace. And I'm happy to be part of a government that recognizes that it has a role to play, not leaving it just to the Council for the Disabled or to Bernard, but to recognize that government has a role to assist in these situations. And so the provision of land to allow for this kind of development is exactly what a government ought to be about. And this government, and I commend the Minister of Housing, and I commend all those who have been involved, because we know that this is a decision that we're just regularizing from a legal perspective. But all those who have been involved over the years in recognizing that government is a full partner in ensuring full accessibility for all its people, I commend them highly. In 2020, we came to this honorable chamber and passed what was then a bill that became an act called the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act. It is in force in this country, and I will wish to remind all those who are in the business of employing people that at Part 2, Section 3, discrimination is set out, is defined. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, this has been passed here, so it's a document of the House, but a document created by the House. It says, for the purposes of this act, a person discriminates against another person where the person on a ground specified in subsection 2. Let me say that in subsection 2, one of those grounds is disability. disability is one of the grounds mentioned in subsection 2. And so this could almost be reread to say, if a person on the ground of disability, directly or indirectly, whether intentionally or not, makes a distinction, creates an exclusion, or shows a preference, the intent or effect of which is to subject the other person to any disadvantage, restriction, or other detriment. This is the definition of discrimination as it relates to persons with disabilities. The law recognizes that not everybody can do everything. It recognizes that sometimes there are specific skill sets that are needed, occupational requirements. But the law is very clear that outside of those specific occupational requirements, it is illegal in Barbados in the area of employment, both in accessing employment and remaining in employment. It is illegal to discriminate against anybody on the grounds of a disability. This government passed this act because this government is committed to ensuring that all of our people can participate fully in governance, that all of our people can participate fully in the development of the country, and it recognizes that all of our people need to be able to access in every area of activity, access every provision that is available for persons in this country. This is the government that I'm a part of. This is the government that I am proud to be a part of. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege, and it really was a privilege. So I shared my experience in Enter My World. The last experience, second and last experience I'll share is that in September, I was invited by the Barbados National Council for the Disabled to the media launch of something called Fully Accessible Barbados Deaf Ambassadors Project. This is a workplace project that encourages employers to employ persons with disabilities. It is something that I am familiar with, having myself, under Fully Accessible Barbados, employed a person with a hearing impediment. When it was at Amaryllis, we employed a room attendant who had that disability. But Mr. Speaker, what I really want to mention is that often on TV, in press conferences, there's a person who is speaking, like I am now. And in a box on the screen, you see a person doing sign language. At this media launch, the MC was using sign language. Those of us who could hear and could speak had to wait for the interpretation. That experience made me understand that I'm not entitled. There are people, all of us are people. And it is not that I am to hear and the other persons are to have the translation done afterward. I felt happy to have been in a situation where, to some degree, I was brought to what we refer to as a Christian understanding. And I was really happy. I want to commend the Council for the Disabled, and I repeat that I believe that as policymakers, we ought to be exposed to some of these experiences. They help to focus our attention. They help to allow us to be able to understand those who may not be like us, but to understand that there is an equality, an inherent equality, a God-given equality that causes us, that ought to cause us to see each other as equal, to see each other as deserving, not to feel that we are doing anybody a favor, but to recognize that each of us has a responsibility to every other one of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, having shared those experiences and also having shared what we have done and what we are in the process of doing as a government, I give my full support to this resolution. I give my full support to the fact that service organizations in this country are still of the mind that they have a significant role to play in our development. I commend all third sector organizations. In this particular regard, I commend service clubs, and specifically the Rotary Club of Barbados South, I think it is, using the trust that has been set up. And I encourage them to continue the work that they have been doing for a long time. Rotary and all service clubs and all third sector organizations, continue the work. Continue with the understanding that they already have, that praise may not come from human beings. But, Mr. Speaker, as a Christian, I have to say to them that he who gives the ultimate reward is taking note of their good deeds, is taking note of their reaching out to those who may not be able to help themselves in every way, and their reward will be sure. I commend this resolution to this honorable chamber.
Honourable Member for City Bridgeton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise just to add a few words of support to this resolution before the House this evening. And the key thing about this resolution, one should note, is the word inclusive. Inclusive. It reminds me of the saying, we are in this together. And this Inclusive Play project, sir, by the Inclusive Play Trust, is one that takes us even closer to that goal of being in this together. At the end of the day, when we are able to execute these types of projects, sir, we are able to make a better life for all. And that is what the mission here has to be. That is what the mission is, sir. A better life for all. All segments of society, all activities, all projects, all programs, inclusive. And I take this opportunity as I speak to you, sir, and to the public of Barbados, to ask again for patience as we get to every segment of society. What I like about this project and this resolution, sir, is that it is about inclusive play. It did not seek to build a park for children living with disabilities or persons living with disabilities. What it is seeking to do is to ensure that there is a facility where we can work together, where we can eat together, where we can live together, where we can play together. That is what I like about this project. Because all too often when we think of accommodating persons living with disability, we seek to segregate and put them to a side as special. And that is why I like the idea of the disabled bathroom, that is really a bathroom that can accommodate, or in a bathroom space that accommodates all persons. So the whole idea, sir, of having a project that reminds and instills in our minds that we are in this together is one of the reasons why I support this resolution so much. Sir, because of the lateness of the day, I want to focus on 3 areas and 3 areas alone. Disability, service by our service clubs, and the provision and facilitation of avenues for our people. Those 3 things, sir. And let me start with disability. I am happy to know that the disabled and the able community will have a space in the very short future to work and play together, to work out, to exercise, to breathe, to live, to recreate. And I am sure that if not the majority, all of the society would applaud such a venture. Should be no controversy over this. We can all agree that this is a noble, needed, and much appreciated venture by the Rotary Club of Barbados. I believe that this is another step, as I said earlier, to bring us to a place where we have a truly fully accessible and inclusive society. And we have to consider the other things around, because it is not good enough to say, okay, we build a park. There are some other things we need to think about. And I want to use my opportunity on the floor this evening to highlight a few of them, and transport being one of these issues. In my previous assignment as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment, I can tell you that this is an issue that we are still grappling with, but I am happy to report that we've made leaps and bounds and strides in terms of importing 2 new vehicles that are readily available and accessible to the disabled community, and we are on the path of increasing that number as a government, something that we continuously keep our eyes on, because if we do not have the facility, if we have the facilities but do not have the transport to get to the facilities, then we have done nothing. So transport is one I want to highlight. Another thing I want to talk about is the unkindness meted out to those living with disability. And all the time, it is not due to people being unkind. It is really due to ignorance, sir. Ignorance. Not knowing how to treat 2 people living with disabilities. And how do I know this? I am proud to have worked with the member for St. James North, and I'm going to come to him as well, on the committee to improve the lives with the disabled. And I've been to all the town hall meetings. And I've sat there, and I beg not to have to speak, because I really wanted to spend the time listening to the organizations working with people living with disabilities, but also the persons living with disabilities themselves and their caretakers. And sir, person after person, they went through the horrors of living in a society that lives in ignorance of how to treat persons living with disability. They've shared so many stories, things that we would take for granted, and things that I believe that we do out of ignorance. And the antidote for ignorance is really education. And we have to use these and other forums to educate Barbadians in how persons want to be treated. And I believe a simple way to do that sometimes is when you interact with people that live with disabilities, to ask them, how can I help? Because a lot of people are very nervous, and understandably so, because they're not trained in it. I have seen people on many occasions go to help persons walking with a cane or whatever and grab them under the arm in a very rough way. And I only know, sir, how to do it because I was trained to do it. But the persons did not mean ill. They just did not have the information on how to do it. So I believe the best way to go, for those who can hear, you can ask them, how can I help you? And they will be the best persons to tell you how they can assist. There's something as simple as steering. And we may say steering, honorable member, steering. A lot of persons who have persons living with disabilities that may have these different mental, psychological challenges. They tell me that they keep their children home because when they go out into the society, people are staring at them consistently and it makes them uncomfortable and it makes the caretaker uncomfortable as well. But people may not be staring to jeer. They may be staring because it is something novel and out of ignorance, not knowing how uncomfortable it makes the disabled feel. So again, we need to educate the society of these things that cause discomfort to persons living with disabilities. So again, the antidote to ignorance is education. Many persons have shared with me, again, they tell me, you may think staring is a small issue, but picture a time you had a wart and the consciousness you felt of it, a person staring. They say multiply that by 1,000. Being pointed out. They say, imagine falling as an adult. The way you feel when you get up, multiply that by 1,000. So it is okay to have the facilities, but we must educate Barbadians on how to treat persons living with these disabilities. When we are building things, when we are setting up initiatives, do we consider the size of the print? Do we consider providing alternatives, providing devices, the attachments that come to assist people to increase accessibility? Are these in the forefront of our minds? Do we have the requisite professionals that can set the right thing in the right place for the right disability? How do we design our bathrooms, our ramps, our rails, our audiovisual, our braille? Do we provide interpreters? I can tell you the National Disabilities Unit, along with the Deaf Project, they launch an interpreter project to ensure that there are interpreters on standby using audiovisual means and other means to provide interpretation services for persons living with disabilities. There are certain simple things that we go about every day without any consideration. The height of a step, the slope of a ramp, the angle of a ramp. These are things that even me, Mr. Speaker, only was made aware of because of my work with the National Disabilities Unit in the Ministry of the People Empowerment. Some of these things I would have been aware working with a former colleague of mine, a late moderator. He really educated me to things that we never give thought to, particularly those disabilities that are not so readily seen. We know about the deaf, we know about the visually impaired, we know about the ones that are very popular, but there are a number of disabilities that we don't give thought to that exist, that cause a lot of challenges for many, many Barbadians. The fact remains, sir, that the last census tells us that we have over 15,000 disabled Barbadians in this country, and the number could be higher. And these are things we have to give thought to. I want to take this opportunity, though, when I think about this initiative and the direction that we are going, to pay kudos to this government for constantly being a champion for the disabled. Not only by the words, not only by the speeches, but by the legislation and policies brought to bear by this administration. I obviously want to thank the Honourable Member for St. James North, who has been at the apex of championing the rights of the disabled for many, many years, and not do it really as a portfolio, but he does it from his heart. He does it genuinely, he does it fulsome, he does it comprehensively, and he has been doing it, sir, from the time I remember myself. And I really want to commend him for that. The Honourable Member, Minister for People Empowerment, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, he has hit the ground running as Minister in the Ministry of People Empowerment, and he has placed disability at the top of his priorities by word and by deed, by policy and by program. So again, I want to use this opportunity to commend him as well. And I cannot forget the permanent secretary, the director of the National Disabilities Unit, and his staff. Because I have seen again, by their word and by their deed, the dedication to show up every single day and ensure that they fight for the improvement of lives of the disabled in this country. And therefore, sir, I want to use this opportunity to commend them as well. But I'm not stopping there. Although it may not go by name, I think that the society has to understand the great work that is done by organizations that work on behalf of disabled in this country. The caretakers, and sorry, end that list with the disabled themselves, the greatest champions for themselves. And why do I say this? Many of them have excelled beyond the challenges that they face, whether it be physical or other disability. Many of them has been the greatest champion because they are the proof of the pudding by demonstrating that they can excel regardless of the challenge. And it's usually a message to us every day. Every day I commend them because they get up, they dress up, they show up, sir, and they never give up, sir. And that is definitely a message for the society. And I commend them tremendously. So I quickly change gears now and I go over to the service and service clubs. I remember many, many years in this very chamber, the then Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, MP Hamilton Lashley, made the point that if you were to calculate the value of volunteerism and service clubs to the society, at the time, he said he calculated it 1 year at $70 million. $70 million. But even in a project that I am still working on in Ministry of People Empowerment, the One Family Program, set to value $160 million, I can tell you 80 million, half of that, 50% of that, is in-kind and volunteer value. But the Honourable Member for St. James North mentioned another statistic. He said the Canada statistics is showing that volunteering and service clubs actually bring about 7% of GDP. And so if you look at the 7% of GDP in Barbados, that brings you to $700 million. That is the value that we have, that service clubs bring to the economy and bring value to our society. So I want to say that there's no shortage of gratitude from this honourable member for service clubs, foundations, charities out there doing phenomenal work, filling the breach each day of the most vulnerable of this country. I call no names because I want all of them to feel special in this moment. Even on my feet, I get a message here from the same Rotary Club. They're looking to get some trouble, getting some license for some fundraising I have here coming up next week. So I mentioned it for them. I'm sure that I will pass on to the honourable members with responsibility. Oh, you get the same message too. Sorry, the honourable member, he got the same message too. So we're hoping to get that there sorted out. But I really want to take this opportunity in all seriousness to support the NGOs, the non-profit organizations, civil society, the third sector, as the Honourable Member for St. Peter is responsible. I want to take this opportunity to salute them, sir. No idle salute, sir, a genuine salute for all the good work that they've done, that they're doing, and that they will do. If you allow me to close, sir, now, I want to go to this idea of providing avenues for our people. There's a principle that I am going to be putting to this country in relation to how we treat to these avenues and why we need to provide avenues like inclusive play. Sir, there are many, many, many reasons, but the one that is foremost in our mind now, looking at the situation of crime, looking at the situation of NCDs, and the list goes on, is the Buffalo Principle. And the Buffalo Principle, sir, speaks to a National Geographic phenomenon where we know that the lions would attack a buffalo to get a meal, a little breakfast, lunch, or dinner, sir. And at the end of the day, when you watch the buffalo and you watch the lion, when the buffalo continues to walk in the herd away from the lions, the little buffalo, the young buffalo, the aged buffalo, the weak buffalo is murdered for lunch. But on occasion, sir, the buffaloes turn around. And when the buffaloes turn around, their sheer weight and size of the herd causes the lion to drop the buffalo. And I'm asking that we provide these avenues, and I'm asking the society to turn around and face these lions that are devouring our society. Because we are being devoured one by one, and we are continuing to walk in the same direction, sir. I am part of a process is asking the society to turn around and face off these ferocious lions that are destroying our society. And that is why it is important that we provide these avenues to ensure that the health of the nation is addressed. We know came out of COVID. And if you look at the studies of depression linked to screen time, you can see that it is time that we get outside again. With the common phrase, we outside. People very happy to be outside, sir. And this gives our children, all of them, inclusive, comprehensive access to play. So we're not playing around, sir. This is a very serious initiative because it speaks to the health of our nation. People don't even know that playing on the playground is a very important part of socialization. How to work together, how to play by the rules, something that we have lost over time. And that is why it's very important. How to handle conflict in a positive way. Something that we've lost, sir, over time. The development of motor skills, another plus. The defeat of boredom. What a lot of people don't know is a lot of people get involved in gangs and blocks through something as simple as boredom, you know. As boredom. And that is why it is important for the society, for the country, for civil society, to make sure that we can create more spaces of recreation. Sir, please do not poo-poo the idea. This is a very, very important initiative, and I hope that this is the snowball that causes a number of other service clubs, private sector, and government to understand that we need to increase exponentially the number of avenues, particularly for our young people, but for all of our people. The life skills and education, very, very important. No disrespect to the honorable member for St. Philip West, but what we call real education. What happens in schools, sir, is called schooling. What happens in life, I call education. And real education happens out in the real world. Life skills are built. And that is why I really, really want to support this initiative, because it really speaks and sets up a beacon for us to be able to move in the right direction. Last night, sir, after my second last Zoom meeting, I made my way to Green Park Lane. And during my exchange there for a number of young men, I came to the conclusion that one of the ways we fail society is to provide some avenues. I was speaking to a top athlete, top cricketer, and a top sportsman. 3 out of 7 young men. And when I say a top, sir, I'm talking about the national level or West Indies level. That's the level that I'm talking about. So it caused me to recommit to being part of the solution. All the time in my life, I have spoken about the fact that too many people like to curse the darkness, but they don't like to light a candle. I got to talk about lighting the LED now, because we're in 2022. But you got to turn on the LED, sir, and we are part of that process. So in closing, my message is that at the end of the day, a truly all-inclusive society should be a society where every single time we are doing something, it should be able to accommodate all people, so that there are no special cut-offs for particular groups. That we have the requisite professionals from the design phase to ensure that all can be accommodated, so that we will not have to hurt our head after building. Do we have on the ramps? Do we have on the rails? Do we have the right bathroom facility? That it will become part and parcel of everything we do. It becomes second nature. So we don't have to be scratching our heads and wondering and amending and adjusting and retrofitting. Because the Honourable Member for St. Thomas had it right when she said, any of us can be disabled in that 5 minutes from here. Go out there and make the wrong step on those steps going down and see if you don't become disabled. Many of us, if we live to the old right age, as you get it, you are going to need these facilities. So do not think it is only about persons who have disabilities today or the elderly today. This is about all of us. We must have these standards when we are building, in how we live, in how we recreate, even to provide opportunities for employment, business, investment for people living with disabilities. We have to ensure when we are talking about an all-inclusive society that these are things that we pay attention to. And sir, in those short words, that is why I support this resolution, and I call on the society to do like the disabled, to get up, dress up, show up, and never, ever give up. Sorry, thank you, and I give this resolution my full support.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me end by thanking the members who spoke in this honorable chamber today, and those who did not even speak but give their support, including the member for Christchurch West Central, who, sitting next to me, allowed me to know in no uncertain terms that Rotary newest thrust, and I think I mentioned it briefly, is focusing on protecting the environment, preserving the planet we share together. And I know for the member for Christchurch West Central, if I know him very well, he would like all of the funding from Rotary to go towards protecting the environment, knowing him. But I just wanted to put that in as a little plug, because he did share some wonderful insights into the work of Rotary as well, even though he didn't speak. And that's the dynamic nature and the breadth of knowledge we have in this Lord Chamber when we come to this place on Tuesdays and sometimes on Fridays. Even though you don't hear members, they're very supportive in giving you insights and certain intellectual stimulation that you take your discourse even to a level that you didn't intend to. But Mr. Speaker, this debate, and I said earlier, and I want to end before I publicly thank the Rotary again, this debate is one that I know we will remember in this Lord Chamber. And indeed, the work of the Advisory Committee on Disability, as we seek to bring legislation to this Lord Chamber and to the upper chamber, as we seek to build out our policy as it relates to treatment of persons with disabilities, and as we inculcate and educate our young people, because the future of any country is within the youth. And as the member for St. Philip West spoke so eloquently in her brief remarks, there is tremendous synergy between education and that critical topic of disability. And I want to thank her for mentioning some of the areas that the Ministry of Education is focusing on, because without teachers who understand what we have to do in the education system with persons living with disability, then as we seek to build out a country that not only caters for, but respect. And I think that was the word that she used in her presentation that stuck with me, and I made the note. Respect for people with disability and their parents is paramount in this country. I don't want to go into any more debate, but I want to end with those few remarks. And to say to Rotary Inclusive Play, you know, while I was here sitting, I picked my notes up and I remembered quite a few things. The history of cricket for the blind in the West Indies started in Barbados in the year 2003. And when I looked at the notes sent to me, the research, I think it was a blind cricket team out of England that came to these shores to play against a West Indies team that included able-bodied West Indies players. And that was a significant milestone in bringing together persons with disability and able-bodied. They didn't play against persons who were disabled, who were blind, not disabled, but they played against able-bodied cricketers, the West Indies Stars. And that was a significant milestone in the history of blind cricket in the West Indies, and it started here. Mr. Speaker, I heard the marathon presentation of the member for St. Thomas. And in all fairness, if you want someone to bring you back to earth, with respect to how we as a people ought to operate, not only in these chambers, but how we treat people generally, we have none other but exemplary leadership in the member for St. Thomas. As we, you know, when I speak to her about her, I get very emotional because of the love that I have for her. Coming to office as a young boy, and she guided me, and she keeps telling me that she's leaving office, and it pains me to know that I might be in these chambers. I will be in these chambers for a long time. I know that. But the will of the people of St. George, they will send me back here, yes? And they know why. Those who are disabled and those who are able. But the member for St. Thomas, she keeps telling me she will not be here much longer. I don't know. I still think she has a lot of energy. She's able-bodied. And I would like to see her remain in these chambers for a little more time so she can do the necessary presentations that she did today to the people of this country. I also want to thank the member for St. James North again, who spoke. And as usual, he speaks on this topic without notes. He understands this topic exceptionally well. I want to thank you. I spoke glowingly of you earlier, and I want to thank you for your presentation today. It was indeed one that will be remembered in these chambers, and you will be remembered as a champion for this government, for the people with disability. As usual, the member for St. Peter is always dynamic. And during his presentations, we all sit and listen. And of course, he introduced the phrase, the third sector. While the service clubs are part of the third sector, he took it to another level. And while wrapping up, I must recognize not only the Rotary Club, but there are other service clubs in this country. And I must at this stage mention the Sandy Lane Youth Charitable Trust. It would be remiss of me to close this debate without mentioning the Sandy Lane Youth Charitable Trust, who not only help persons with disability, build schools, focus on education, but indeed, I think it's the member for the city who said, we can't do it alone. We don't have the funding to do it alone. And that's why we need the third sector, and that's why with our leadership by the member for St. Michael Northeast, we have been able to energize and gather resources through philanthropic drives, through humanitarian service, whatever, to help build out various sectors of this country. And let me add to the other third sector, the Maria Holder Trust. And my dear good friend, who's the chairman of the Eden Lodge Youth Charitable Trust, I can't forget him, because it is only recently that he sent a letter to me with respect to, and in his letter to me, he said he would like to address at least 3 persons with disabilities for the Christmas season this year. And don't let us forget the work that is done by the Eden Lodge Youth Charitable Trust as well, another third sector. So, Mr. Speaker, and members of this Lord Chamber, we mentioned the Rotary Club of Barbados South and this Rotary Inclusive Play, a recreational facility that will be built at the Garfield Sobers complex, But don't let us forget the work of the other Rotary clubs, Rotary Barbados and the Rotary Club West. Those are other service Rotary clubs who do similar work and the same type of work. There's one event annually put on by my club, the Rotary Club of Barbados, called Carols by Candlelight. And if there's one time of the year that you see persons of different abilities, varying abilities, the disabled, the able-bodied, the elderly, all types coming together at that lovely place, Ilara Court, where we entertain the Rotary Club of Barbados for 5 hours and spread joy in the Yuletide season. And that is one of the events that I enjoy. And as a Rotarian, a former active Rotarian, because some of us are not active anymore because of the duties we do in these chambers. But once a Rotarian, always a Rotarian. So, Mr. Speaker, the Kiwanis, the Lions Club, don't let us forget, and I think my dear friend, the member for St. James North, he is a member of the Lions Club. North it is? Bridgetown, and for many, many years. So he understands the work of service clubs. And in closing, let's hope, and I said earlier, that other private sector organizations see the wisdom in making Barbados fit, making Barbados ready, making Barbados one of those countries that people emulate in the area of sports tourism, in the area of employment opportunities for the other 90% of the persons with disability. I almost forgot to thank the champion of it all, the member for St. Michael's South, who spoke as dynamic as he always does in this Lord Chamber, and he has the role to bring the legislation and the recommendation from the chairman of the committee, the advisory committee, to these chambers. And I look forward to the day when we will pilot a bill, a disabled bill, whatever the name will be, a bill to champion the rights for people with disability. Whoever minister on behalf of this government does it will indeed be remembered, not only in this chamber, but by the people of this country. And Mr. Speaker, yeah, I spoke to St. Philip last already, education. And Mr. Speaker, let's hope that the building of this project don't take 10 years. Let's hope that the Rotary Club of Barbados, the Rotary Club South, execute this project within the next year or two, because I know many families have messaged me today thanking us for bringing this resolution to the chamber, Rotarian and non-Rotarian. Some of them said that they are looking forward to this project, to have their children. I spoke to at least 3 persons today. And indeed, this government will continue to champion the cause and causes of persons, whether they're able-bodied or persons with disability. But our mandate is to ensure that the 90% that are indeed unemployed, and I heard the member for St. Michael South give those statistics, at least 90% of persons with disabilities are unemployed. We indeed have to set a target to ensure, I don't know what that target is, but I will leave it to the member for St. James North as he leads that advisory committee. Set a target to ensure that in 4 years' time, that this country can say to the world that we have reduced the unemployment in Barbados among persons living with disability. And I end on those notes. And Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution to rescind the resolution passed by the Honourable Chamber, this Honourable Chamber, on the 23rd day of June 2015, now pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 7, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the State Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the lease to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust, a charity registered as charity number 910 under the Charities Act, Chapter 243, of a parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at Garfield Sober Sports Complex, Upton, in the parish of Christchurch in this island, for the construction and development of a recreational facility for children with disabilities.
Honourable member St. George South.
And I beg that the resolution to approve the State Lands Vesting and Disposal Act to lease to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust a parcel of land, 25,000 square feet, which is the property of the state situated at the Garfield Sobers Sporting Complex, Upton in Christchurch, in this island for the construction and the development of the recreational facility for children with disabilities, now pass.
Question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sitting. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until the 6th of December at 10 a.m., Mr. Speaker. But in speaking on the adjournment, since we will not be here next week, I want to take this opportunity to wish all Barbadians a happy independence. We celebrate 56 years of independence. It is by no means a small achievement, and one that I think all Barbadians must be proud of. We are also celebrating this year as well our first year of being a parliamentary republic, a journey that would have started almost 2 decades ago in terms of discussions at the Constitutional Review Commission, and one which I believe we were able, once we announced in 2020, to be able to make those discussions a reality last year for the very first time. There are a number of activities, Mr. Speaker, that are planned over the course of the next few days. We've had certainly a month-long set of activities to celebrate both Independence and Republic Day. And that will continue certainly over the course of the next few days. We have a Thanksgiving service where we give thanks for all who have gone before us, but also thanks for the blessings that have been bestowed on our nation and for the leadership that we've had over the course of these 56 years by respective administrations to be able to get us to this point. And certainly at that Thanksgiving service, I'm sure that we will be asking the Almighty Father, whatever he may look like to many of us, to ensure that he is able to guide us for another 56 years and beyond in due course. We also have on the Independence Day the usual parade. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to remind all Barbadians that this is the first year that we are obviously coming out of COVID, that we're actually being able to have the full pomp and fanfare of the Independence Parade. I know that all those who usually participate are going to be very excited about being able to see the parade. It's certainly a sight to behold. It is a sight that not only Barbadians enjoy, but I think all persons abroad as well enjoys taking that opportunity to see all of the military forces on display as well. I'm also mindful that in the last few years we've introduced something called the leadership badges, where we take that opportunity to highlight a number of our young people who have done extremely well in terms of leadership in their respective schools, in their communities, and we are pleased to say that this year we will have the same cadre of persons coming forward from amongst our youth to be honored in this particular celebration. It is certainly a sight to behold, sir, to be able to have our young people there with us, to recognize them in that particular way. And I know the first year that we did it, I think all of us were particularly proud of the moment to be able to see children across the spectrum. And I note that we did a resolution today on inclusivity and persons with disabilities. And I'm also told that again this year that we will have children from the special needs institutions present to also demonstrate that they too are leaders in their own right as well. The other event, sir, that is also on the cards is the huge Independence Day concert, which will come in the afternoon after the Independence Parade. We felt this year that it would give us the opportunity to not only have people celebrating within their communities, but also to do a national event showcasing the best of Barbados and what Barbados has to offer. And we want to encourage Barbadians to come out and to celebrate. Certainly all of us will be there with all Barbadians. It is an inclusive event. We want to, again, make sure that we set the tone, sir, particularly in this year, that while we are celebrating independence, we are equally celebrating our first president, our first female president as well, but also our first year as a parliamentary republic as well. And therefore, there's much to celebrate this particular year. And therefore, I'm asking all Barbadians to be able to come out and to enjoy in the festivities and the celebration of this year. It's been a rough period in relation to being locked up in our homes and having to wear masks for the greater part of the last few years. And therefore, I think that this is a perfect opportunity for all Barbadians of all walks of life, of all political persuasions, of all religious persuasions, to be able to come out and to enjoy the festivities and the celebrations that we have been blessed with in being able to celebrate our 56th year. So, sir, I want to say thank you to all of the staff here. I hope that they too enjoy the independence celebrations, and to you, Mr. Speaker, as well. And really to say to all Barbadians that we are one Barbados. That is the message certainly of this administration. We try to make sure that we are inclusive in everything that we do, recognizing not just the past, but also the present, but also looking to the future as well. That is the way and the way that we understand it, Mr. Speaker, and that will not change. I think in the last few weeks, we have recognized that our journey is not complete, and that while we speak of the transformation that must come in relation to from independence to being a republic, there's still yet another transformation that must take place in terms of our mindsets as to what those things mean. And I'm glad that all of us are listening to the public, understanding what the public has said within the last few weeks, and appreciating that we need to do some more work in terms of allowing people to understand what that transition must look like as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you are able to join us in the celebration over the course of the next few days, and that all Barbadians from all walks of life will also be able to join us in the celebration. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this sitting be adjourned until the 6th of December at 10 a.m.
The question is that this Honourable Chamber be adjourned until the 6th day of December 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 6th day of December 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.